the fire in my laser!
All your days are belong to us.
First, we need music. Now, what is the purpose of liking? Why must we do it? Why does our soul consume us so to click one little button and we take the mouse into our hands and we move it in such a way as to show appreciation, to show a voice, to show the world that we are not just numbers, but people. So I want you to grab that mouse and use that index finger for what it was made for. To click one button. Or else. Alyssa Mercante's gonna chop your dick off, man. Like that's really gonna happen.
Money, print money, cash, money, well, capitalism, raise a bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of money, print money, cash, money, well, capitalism, raise a bunch of money, super chat money.
As salty as the sea, calling us no code names. SJW screaming, but it's money they blame. Burning with envy, they're falling flat. They can't handle the sound of a super chat.
Ah, shit! I just got triggered.
Hello, everybody. How you doing today? How are you doing? I'm doing just fine. Thank you very much. Today was actually a pretty good day for me. Pretty decent day at work. I must say. I got to work. I was a little late, so that's my bad. But with that new the e-bike I got that replaced my old one, holy shit, man. Oh God. I'm not gonna lie, that saves a trip and a half. It really does. Like I cannot think. I cannot think. Oh man. Oh man. You guys have no flipping idea. Oh, you could probably imagine though. I bet you could probably imagine. But yeah, it was a pretty solid day, unfortunately, because I signed HIPAA stuff. I can't tell you a lot. But it was pretty simple. It was a pretty easy day. Yeah. But let's see. Who is all in the chat? Not a lot of people. Me and me. All right. Well, with that being said, we're just gonna jump right into it. All right. So we're actually gonna start off a little light today. That's what we're gonna do. Before we start, we got Kyle. Hey, mate, I'm jumping between you and Hypno at the moment. Glad you liked my new intro for New Blackstreet, he says. Well, thank you so much for joining and going back and forth. The lovely Paige has arrived here saying, hey, thank you so much for stopping by. We're going to be talking a whole lot of nonsense today and some cool stuff. But I wanted to start off a little light. Now, for a while, especially if you follow or subscribe to Gothic Therapy, the hosts, Master the TDS and Writing Raven. Great channel. Subscribe to them if you don't. It's called Gothic Therapy. And they did a lot of good research of what was going on in the YouTube algorithm, where there wasn't such thing as a regular viewer. There was such thing as an interactive viewer, and that's what's actually counting towards YouTube and why the views are specifically low. Now, it is said or theorized that this is to prevent bots, essentially, from, overflating views. And I totally get that. But at the same time, it kills regular viewers who do not hit the like button, who do not subscribe, who do not comment, because there's people who just don't want to do that. Now, I would say that that's more of a confirmation, like 95% sure, but looks like that there's other things around the table. Because there's a certain date, like views were slowing down for a little bit, but there's a certain date where people were like, something's weird. And Penguin Zero, now he's reacting to a different video, or he's doing a different video. This one is, if I remember, shorter, and he explains it very well. So we're going to look at Penguin Zero, and it's titled, He is 100% Right. If you're not subscribed to Penguin Zero, aka Moist Critical, aka Charlie, then I don't know what you're doing with your life. All right, so here we go.
No long-winded intro. I actually got some sleep last night. I'm supercharged. Right now I'm Charles Prime. So let's just dive right in. Yesterday I covered the ongoing YouTube issue YouTubers are debating about with the reduction in views coming out of nowhere, all from Judgment Day, August 10th. Post-August 10th, views took a huge decline pretty much across the board on channels, and a YouTuber named Josh Strife Hayes believed he found the culprit, which was desktop views no longer being counted the same way they were prior. This led to a bit of a debate between him and the Spiffing Brit, where the Spiffing Brit, another huge channel, disagreed and believed that that was, a bunch of malarkey. That was...
So I watched the Spiffing Brits video, another great content creator. Now, at the end of the day, a majority of the time, though YouTube does have its fuckeries, like let's not mince words here. Essentially, when we say algorithm, it means the audience. What is the audience searching for? What are they watching? What are their interests? And then it goes down from there. So let's just say right now, I'm watching a Penguin Zero video. There is a high probability that whatever he is talking about is going to go into my recommended. So if you scroll down a little bit on your phone, or you're on desktop, to the right of you, you'll see recommended stuff. You'll either see Penguin Zero or maybe stuff about YouTube, and it all depends on who you watch, who you subscribe to, because other people might be talking about the same thing, all of that jazz. Okay? That being said, it looks like that there is some fuckery. But it looks like accidental fuckery because of a certain war that YouTube is having on third-party extensions. And we will get into that. Charlie here gets into that.
A bunch of fish paste. Josh Strife Hayes made a follow-up where he believed he uncovered even more evidence to support his hypothesis and believes he knows exactly the direct root cause, which is monetized views on YouTube not changing, but any views that use AdBlock were no longer being counted, which is why all the desktop views for channels across the platform were down for the most part, but revenue stayed the same. And to get into the spaghetti and the meat...
So essentially, what he is saying is that if you have an AdBlock currently on... Now, I don't put monetization on my live streams until they end. For commentary, I put them in members, and if people want to watch it from there, loosey-goosey, but they are free right here. You will not see any ads. If I get a donation, cool, but I do not expect them. But this is what's going on, essentially. If you have an ad block on your desktop, then your view, so not only is your view might not counting officially with YouTube if you don't like or subscribe or comment or do some sort of action. But it looks like accidentally, because of their war on ad blocks, they forgot to add the views from those ad blocks so that we could get at least a good interpretation of who watched it.
Balls, he is 100% right, I believe. I shared that video with people smarter than me who ended up sharing that with YouTube directly. And they kindly requested to not share their direct feedback, but I believe I can mention that they confirm his hypothesis for the most part. Now, right off rip, I want to address one of the most popular theories about this that people were speculating on, that this is YouTube getting rid of bots, banishing bots to the Shadow Realm, because we did just see Twitch do that, and they took like a fucking massive hit. Everyone saw them get clobbered when they lost all the bots there for like a day.
Okay, and if you're living under a rock or you're not a big Twitch guy, I'm not a Twitch guy. I am rarely on Twitch. The only time I'm on Twitch is when I'm streaming Twitch. I'm never watching someone on Twitch, very rarely, unless it's like something's going on. There's someone exclusively on Twitch. That's when I go watch them. But Twitch recently purged a lot of bots. I don't know why they prevented doing this, though a lot of us think we know why. Tectone goes into this very well, but essentially, they may have been allowing bots or even botting themselves to inflate the numbers so that advertisers would continue to spend money with them. That's what it looks like Twitch was absolutely allowing until it went too far. Because, if you're an advertiser on one of these sites, you put in thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, if not billions of dollars throughout a ton of different companies throughout the entire world. And if the if your return isn't really matching the investment that you're putting in, then you're going to have some questions. Like, a few years ago, I would get a return, but now I don't. I'm putting more money, dollar bills, y'all, into these channels, specifically. And where's my product? Why isn't my product being bought? Usually I expect this percent, but now it's down this much. And if it's if the margins are just enough off, advertisers are going to ask questions. Hey, Sergeant Sapien, how you doing, man? And so that's what's going on there. So at least with Twitch. And what was really funny with Twitch is that you saw a ton of creators the week of the bot purge magically take a break. They took like a week off break so that when they returned, I guess that's the viewership. Because it would look very sus. Because I'm a mod of Smash JT, and I watch his live streams on YouTube 95% of the time if I'm not streaming myself. And I get updates on the newsroom. It's all great. Now, if I saw 300 people, which is typically what you see on his commentary shows, Monday through Saturday, go check Smash JT out. That's typical. Now, if all of a sudden that went down to 50, I would be asking some questions. I'd be like, who's botting you, dude? But he's not on Twitch, so. By the way, mod extraordinaire, Sergeant Sapient, he's also a mod at Smash JT. Awesome, dude. Just fucking kills it. But let's continue forward. That's essentially what happened, and it's hilarious. So you saw all these Twitch people like lose kind of, especially the really big ones, on average like 1,000 views. And losing 1,000 views on Twitch is a big frickin' deal. So that was actually what we thought was going on with YouTube. It's like, oh, maybe this whole interaction thing, this is part of them doing something along those lines. And that still might be true. But it looks like there's an extra layer that went on top of it that was unintended.
So people thought maybe the same thing just happened on YouTube. It does not appear to be the case. It doesn't seem to be YouTube getting rid of bots that has caused this reduction. It does seem that Josh's hypothesis being AdBlock is the correct one. That is the winning racehorse here in this theory that explains why so many channels have seen a huge drop in views, specifically from desktop.
These channels, despite seeing low computer views from August 10th onwards, had not seen a drop in revenue. And I think that was the key, because that means it's likely to do with unmonetized views or ad block. However, when YouTube is watched through an ad blocker, these adverts don't play. The ad revenue isn't generated, which is bad for YouTube. On screen now is an article showing a previous clash between YouTube and ad blockers written in January 16th, 2024, referencing the November slowdown of 2023, where a change to ad blocker, not YouTube, was the culprit for the slowdown. So YouTube and ad blockers have been in an arms race for a while now, with YouTube wanting to ban ad blockers, even recently making the 3-strike system. You may have experienced it yourself.
Josh is right.
So here's also another thing. So I don't get a lot of views on my videos. I just don't. But there is a weird thing that I have been seeing on my videos where, let me take a look at one in particular. Let's see. Let's look here. I'm not going to bring up my stuff because my setup. So the RPM for my latest video is the Charlie Kirk video. I didn't do any mid-rolls or anything. It has right now 153 views, but I've made 25 cents. And that doesn't really make sense when the RPM is $1.61 per 1,000 views. Like, something is just a little off there. It should not be 25 cents. You know what I mean? So like, it was weird. I'm like, you would think the viewers, like, with how much I'm getting in return for that the views would make sense. Like, I've been pretty confused on that. I was just like, okay, maybe because one thing that you do get used to on YouTube is it takes a while for things to update. It's very strange. Because you're right here and you're like, okay, I know that the actual viewership's going to be coming in like, it's going to reflect here, but here's my real timeline. But things just weirdly weren't adding up. And even though I've only been doing this for a short amount of time, you do get some sort of a feeling for it, especially when you talk to other content creators.
On the money. He pinned the tail on the donkey. That was the key. That was the chemical X to the Powerpuff Girls formula here. The relationship between the decrease in views having no effect on the creator's revenue, it did help him get into the actual problem. And that was YouTube's calculating of unmonetized views.
Sergeant Sapien says they're trying to get creators to turn on people using ad blockers. I don't know what you mean by turn on. I think you mean turn off their ad blockers. Well, I think that they would rather do that. I think that they've kind of been hinting at that no matter what. This is what leads to me, and I think Charlie does say this later in the video, it leads to me saying that this was an oopsie daisy. Because if YouTube outright said, hey, your views are not going to be adding up because of what we're doing, then YouTubers, I don't think all of them, but I think a significant amount of them would go, guys, especially for your favorite creators. Like, if you're, a really big fan of someone, you go and it's like, hey, I just want to let you guys know. I mean, you don't have to, but they're just not allowing your view to count because you have an ad blocker and it's screwing up my analytics. There might be enough of a fandom base to do that. But this is why I think that it's unintentional. I think just something, while they were fighting with the ad blockers and all the third-party ad blockers that are doing this, they didn't realize that. So kind of one of my thoughts is that even though with my latest Charlie Kirk video, it has 153 views, there's a part of me that's thinking maybe it has a little over 250 or 300 views. So that's what the mishap. There's the mishap that's going on there. Well, wait, 25 cents. No, actually, no. It would be more than that. because it's going off the RPM and not the CPM. Now the CPM is cost per milli, so whatever costs the advertiser for doing that, right? So let's just say the CPM. So if my RPM is $1 something something, then the CPM might be like $2.90 because creators get a 55%, YouTube gets 45%. So essentially, I probably had more viewership on my Charlie Kirk video than it's showing me. Sorry to say, because they're not being transparent about it, but they know. I think because Smash JT, he was on a show recently, and he was hearing rumblings that YouTube did mess up. Now, it's not, he didn't get any confirmation, but he says that he's, talked to people at YouTube that YouTube knows that there's a fuck up and they're trying to fix it. Now, here's what the big problem is. So for someone like Charlie right now, and he'll admit this straight up, he does not look at his viewership. He does not look at his ad. He barely looks at his ad analytics because he really doesn't have to. He really doesn't. Like, he's not Mr. Beast that, overstudies the analytics to, get the best retention for a video. He's just not that guy. Now, how that reflects upon like a smaller creator like myself. Now, if I get 150 views and it stays that way, other people that run into my video, they might see 150 views and go, okay, well, this video clearly isn't worth watching. But maybe their threshold as a viewer goes, oh, hey, maybe there's 350 views. I mean, that's my threshold to see what this creator is. It looks like that they're new to the space. I've never seen this guy before. It's weird that he wears a mask, right? So it does hurt kind of our own marketing, and we don't have any say in that. So it could be the sense that YouTube is showing our stuff, but viewers, or maybe even new viewers, aren't clicking on the video because they see the view count and it's inaccurate, right? So that's what makes this a big problem if that is the case. And it looks like that is absolutely the case. Not to repeat myself.
Must have changed on August 10th because that's where it happens the next day. You can literally see it across so many channels' data. I think it's pretty obvious that something happened on August 10th, but we don't know what the cause is exactly yet. What was the reason? In the words of Hoobastank, maybe the reason is you. The thing is,
I used to really love that band back in middle school.
Based on Josh Hayes' theory, and now the whispers from the back end, I think I can confidently say with a high level of certainty that the reason is the interaction between content blockers and YouTube has changed, most likely from an update that was on or around August 10th. From what I'm hearing, it was most likely on the AdBlock side, where what they use in their protocol, what they use in their list, what they changed had the side effect of that data no longer registering with YouTube's backend, so they never even received the signal in the first place, which is why those views weren't recorded. But since they were...
So wait, hold on. I might have not picked this up the first time. So it might actually be AdBlock's fault? The people using AdBlocks? That's interesting. But then again, you could make the theory that YouTube updated their AI so that that wouldn't happen, so that we wouldn't see the actual viewer count, and AdBlocks couldn't see that. That's a high probability as well, that it was an API communication issue.
AdBlock views anyway, they weren't monetized, thus the creator revenue wasn't impacted. And it also explains why all the other device types, the views don't go down because it hasn't changed. On desktop, on your computer, you are more likely to have AdBlocks installed. Also, it does explain why some creators didn't...
Over on YouTube Shorts, looks like you're double dipping over there, Kyle. I've noticed that my views went up and down when I refreshed. Sometimes that happens. So one thing that can happen, especially if you've watched your own video a couple of times, it typically, there's kind of a discrepancy. Sometimes you'll see this on the dashboard versus what you see in analytics. Let's just say you usually get 100 views per video, and you watched your own video 3 or 4 times. Now, this is my personal experience. for some reason, those 4 views aren't counting, right? So if you're someone who gets, over 1,000 views or 500 plus views, you're not going to notice that as much. But when you're a smaller creator and you're like, usually in the, maybe less than 100 or a few hundred, like you might notice that a little bit more. I mean, yes, it is what YouTube is going to blame. Absolutely. I don't think that they're going to admit that it was them. That's definitely a big issue, that YouTube is usually vague. Oh yeah, just like me, Kyle B. Like, if I did a Charlie Kirk video, you would think that would, at least get a little bit of some clicks, but it didn't, and that's more than fine. I made that video just because I wanted to, and I wanted to honor Charlie. Yeah, and I did monetize the video, but I made sure to not have any mid-roll ads or anything like that, because that definitely would have been in poor taste. But yeah, that, like, something was fishy. You know what I mean?
See a big reduction in views if they are mainly creating shorts content, which most people watch while taking a shit or whatever on their phone, or if the content is catered towards a younger audience. Kids aren't as likely to have an ad block installed. So some of the channels that I've seen talk about how they haven't seen any hit to their desktop views post August 10th. Their demographic is skewed much younger. So these kids are most likely not having an ad block installed, so their views are still monetized, thus calculated the same. It explains why long-form videos that have an older audience are now much lower, because of the presence of an ad block. It is a pretty watertight theory, and like I mentioned, this has made its way to YouTube.
The lost views.
So what he essentially said is that there might be a reason why, like if you're a kid on YouTube, like say if you're 15, you might not have an ad blocker on desktop specifically, where your ad blocker would be. But if you look at the devices, I can see a discrepancy there. So it's actually the people who are older that are affecting the views or the view count. So, and I'm not going to blame people my age. Like, I'm not going to do that. Like, if they want to put an ad blocker there, I don't care. I understand why YouTube would care. Completely understandable. But the only reason why people do that is how egregious, I wouldn't say it's as bad as Twitch, but how egregious some of the YouTube ads are. Like, for my gaming channel, from when I do games, not my gaming channel because I game on here, when I make sure that my gaming stuff is free, and I do monetize it after I'm done streaming. But the issue is that I'll turn on mid-rolls for it, and it just loads it up every 3 minutes. And just depending on your viewership, like say you watched a 4-minute video before you saw my live stream, you wanted to see how much I suck at Stellar Blade, like you could be getting an ad every 4 minutes, every 3 minutes, or every 10 minutes. So I do my best to manually break those up when I have the time. And I delete, I try to delete all the mid-roll ads. So I give okay, maybe every 10 minutes, every 15 minutes, bro, settle the fuck down.
Were not monetized views. Because if they were, we would have seen a reduction in revenue, which we didn't. But there's a third aspect to this. YouTube have claimed they have not changed how long-form views are recorded. And I think they are telling the truth. They haven't changed how they show the data they receive, which leads me to 2 possible conclusions. Either a huge amount of computer viewers all decided on August 10th to collectively stop watching a huge amount of channels all at once, which I think is remarkably unlikely. Or 2, the data of the views wasn't being sent to YouTube because it either didn't happen or did happen and wasn't being sent.
And I think...
So think about it this way, because there might be a little bit of confusion here. They're going off of your browser, not necessarily the website itself, right? Because your Chrome extension is interfering with that data when it comes to ad blocks. So that's what his theory is. I hope we make that clear. It actually kind of gives you some insight about how YouTube tracks the data with your watch time and stuff like that. That's very interesting. Never knew. I mean, that's not bash on them, but it is something that they clearly need to fix, even though it seems accidental through the ad blockers and through the and through YouTube. But here's my other guess. Because the one thing that we're not talking about are the people who have web pages. Is the same thing happening to them? Like if bloggers that are losing viewership, is that the same thing that's happening? Like that's a really big question. Like, my ad revenue is the same, but my viewership is down on my web pages. Well, I wonder what's going on. I think that's an incredibly good question to have. And I think we should someone needs to look into it. It's not me. I'm just theorizing. I'm a semi-pro retard on the internet. That's it. Semi-pro. Yeah, I'm not pro yet. And for any of you watching on Shorts right now, I'm trying to get to 2,700 subscribers. So if you can like and subscribe, I would completely appreciate it.
That is exactly right. I think that is the case. I think YouTube is telling the truth. And Spiffing Brit in his video mentions he talks to YouTube directly and they confirm they didn't change the way they like calculate views.
Okay, I want to address this real quick. So Sergeant Sapien, one of the reasons that it's kind of like I said before, YouTube has an incentive to show larger viewership. From small to large. They like to hype up their large creators like Mr. Beast, for example. I mean, that's totally fine. I totally get that. Maybe Philip DeFranco, maybe who's a big channel? Critical Drinker, right? They want those numbers up. But they also want to report correct data over to their advertisers so they continue to spend money. Now, if all the viewership is 30% down and they don't have the right data, because every year, like once or twice a year, they go to advertisers and go, hey, here's what we're doing for you. Well, no, it's because I've been stuck under 2,700 forever. It's been an issue. Like I've gone from it's been going like this between like 2,600, 80, 70, 90, like that's been going on for like the last month. So I'm like, can I just get over the 2,700? I would really appreciate it.
I don't think that's what's changed. I think the back end with the ad block.
But anyway, Sergeant Sapien, does that make sense? Because you have to remember that YouTube has an incentive to show good numbers. Like Mr. Beast might be, if the way that's going on, he might be getting paid the same as he would with his other videos, right? Right? But his numbers are down. Now, YouTube would want to go to advertisers and go, hey, look at how much more viewership Mr. Beast is getting, right? Look how much Logan Paul is getting. It doesn't matter. Big YouTubers. Jada Animations is getting. If you're YouTube, do you want to go to the advertisers and go, hey, across the board, viewership is down 30%? That's not a very good pitch, is it? Sergeant Sapien continues and says, but the advertisers probably don't care about viewers that would potentially be exposed to their ads, i.e. not people on ad blockers. I mean, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely a good point. But what I'm saying is, regardless of that, YouTube has an incentive to show the accurate numbers. And if this ad blocker thing is true, then the views are down. And their system isn't recording things properly. I mean, again, going back to YouTube's incentive, do they want to go to advertisers and go, hey, the way we record data is broken? Absolutely not. They would not like that whatsoever.
non-monetized views are no longer even being sent to YouTube to record. I don't believe the data is making it to them. And from the little birdies I've heard talking about this internally at YouTube and everyone else I've shared this with, that does appear to be exactly the case. Now, I don't know if they're going to make an official statement about this. Fingers crossed they do, because clearly this is now a conversation that has reached the eyes and ears of those at YouTube. I think it would be very good if they did. I don't know if they will or not, but I feel like they should.
On the 11th of August, the website Tom's Guide published the article titled, "YouTube just quietly blocked AdBlock Plus. The internet hasn't noticed yet, but I found a workaround." I believe the data I have presented and the slew of channels affected highly likely points to August 10th or 11th, depending on your time zone, being days that the website YouTube and views from desktop or laptop PCs using ad blockers began to interact in an abnormal way, potentially caused by a change.
Well, Sergeant Sapien, that would be against the law. And as much as YouTube and Google has been fined recently, that's a big one. And not only are those for advertisers, but those are for your stockholders. And you are not allowed to lie to your stockholders, because if you do that, not only can the government go after you, but every single one of your stockholders, especially the big ones, will go after you. We've seen it before. They will sue the shit out of Google if they lie about the numbers. That's something that you need to think about. It's crazy. When that amount of money is being thrown around, you can't just think of it as creator economy and YouTube. Like, it's not with us versus them. Like, it's a contentious relationship that we have with YouTube, but it's the one that we have. And we have to understand that they also have an incentive to keep us happy to at least a certain extent. That manipulating the numbers is lying. That's my counterpoint. I do see what you're saying, and I think you might be saying that manipulate, like, kind of like what people do with statistics of, like, I can't think of one on the top of my head, but this kind of people buys this product, and then they don't mention that. Like let's just this type of person buys GPUs, right? And they go with the demographic of 90% of them, but they forget to add 90% of them are male, right? You know, that, like, they can leave out information. I do understand. I think that's kind of where you're going with that. But I think with something like this, if it is the case, I don't think that they could hide it. I think they have every incentive to fix it. But that's just me. Maybe I'm giving too much credit to YouTube. And if you think I'm wrong, or if you think I'm right, comment down below. Help this video out. Like and subscribe. Shill.
Change to either side, likely the AdBlock side, and this change caused YouTube to become unusable for viewers using AdBlock. This prevented videos gaining the expected computer views, but lost views were not monetized anyway, which is why the creators who saw lower view counts from PC did not see a reduction in revenue. I believe what we actually found was a small bit of digital data fallout from the software arms race between YouTube and AdBlockers.
This really is an impressive investigation from Josh Strife-Hayes here. So he found data to confirm that post August 10th, the next day, there was apparently site-wide outages for people with ad blocks, reporting that they couldn't even use the site that day. So he extrapolates based on this that perhaps the culprit was the ad block made the site unusable, so maybe the viewers couldn't even view the content, which is why there was such a drastic drop in views. However, I believe it's a bit deeper than that. I believe that whatever ad block change happened on or around the 10th or 11th, that made it so that way those views were no longer even being sent to YouTube to record on the back end. I don't think it was just like it's down for a day or two, that's why the views are low, because if that was the case, it would have trended back up, but it hasn't, or at least not in like a way you would expect. It doesn't like go back to the previous patterns following.
Yes, I do understand that. But especially if this information's getting out, you don't think advertisers don't pay attention to Penguin Zero? They absolutely pay attention to Charlie. And if this is going around, advertisers are going to want answers. They just do. Because if you see someone like Charlie or someone like Philip DeFranco, people with over 10 million subscribers talking about it, you don't think the advertisers see that? Again, what you're saying is completely true, but advertisers do talk to each other.
In line with the normal correlation. There is actually even a public post from YouTube where they do have like a brief mention of AdBlock and inaccuracies of reported view counts. So on this section here about like what could cause some creators to report a drop in views, outside of like the obvious ones they point out, like maybe you just blow ass, like maybe you're just like a turbo dweeb and shit like that, they do have this one here with the ad blocks about how it can impact the accuracy of the view count tools. Channels whose audience include a higher portion of users utilizing such tools may see more fluctuations in traffic related to updates to these tools, which I think is exactly what happened here. This has been a long, ongoing battle between YouTube and ad blockers. They've tried all kinds of tactics like shaming viewers, like, we see you're using an ad block. Do you want to go to hell? That kind of thing. And this appears to be just the latest development in this. This is like the fucking Krogan versus Solarian war here. YouTube trying to sterilize us with ads, but we're desperately pushing back to try and have the platform not be ruined by it. And now I think that what we're seeing here with this huge view drop.
That's my point, Sergeant Sapien. Do you think that YouTube wants that? They want the highest rate as possible. And look, I am being devil's advocate, but do not take my devil's advocacy, meaning that I trust YouTube, okay? Because I do not. I'm just talking about incentives. That's all I'm talking about.
Post August 10th from desktop views is the result of ad blocks updating, and whatever update they changed on their back end caused YouTube to not record any views that were experienced from users using those tools. I don't think YouTube changed anything on their back end. I think the Spiffing Brit is telling the truth when he says that YouTube told him that they didn't change anything. I think that is honest. I don't think they did. I think it is on the ad blockers end, which is something Josh Strife Hayes also mentions. It appears to be that whatever they updated has now had the unfortunate side effect of no longer having those views calculated for the channels that they watch, because YouTube is not even being sent that data in the first place. It doesn't even get that signal. But anyway, that's kind of the explanation for everything as I understand it, and from everything that has apparently been talked about from the internals of YouTube as well. Really incredible work from Josh Strife Hayes to get to the bottom of this. I'm hoping the YouTube will make an official statement in regards to this, because now it's become such a big conversation piece that it is even leading to like drama on the platform to a certain extent, which, you know, it's just, it could easily be stopped if YouTube would just be, you know, not as tight-lipped about shit that they do have knowledge on in regards to these kind of topics. But anyway, I guess we'll see if they do. That's really about it. So,
yeah. So my big thing, no matter what YouTube, what the intentions are there, it does sound like they're trying to fix it. But at the end of the day, what the repercussion is that it's exactly what I was saying before. I'm under the impression that it was like I was saying, if it's showing the world, like one of my videos is only getting 150 views, but the threshold for a viewer to click on my view is over 300, then that means I lost on a viewer. That's how it affects me. Yeah. Fix it. Yes. Yeah, oh God, just knowing YouTube, they'll try to fix something and break it again. All right, that's a topic that I wanted to start on just to loosen us up a little bit. We are moving on to the Charlie Kirk situation, the F around and find out portion. Now, if you haven't been living under a rock, or if you have been living under a rock, I mean, there's some people on a certain side. I you know, apparently it's a bad thing or it's wrong thing to use my eyeballs and suggest this, but apparently a certain side doesn't like that we're using their own tactics against them of cancel culture. They just don't. They think that we're hypocrites for even doing the same thing they're doing. Now, this is Camelot 331, And here is his 2-minute video. I believe this came from a live stream of his last night. And I put it in the chat if you guys ever want to check it out. Camlock331, fantastic creator, also a NASCAR driver, sponsored by Timcast. I think what he says sums it up perfectly. So I'm not going to interrupt too much for this video, but I am going to give kind of an asterisk of what I think it is, like just a little asterisk at the very end.
People on the left are saying, oh, I thought conservatives didn't believe in cancel culture. Look, dude, a lot of people are getting fired right now because they celebrated Charlie's death on social media. Now, look, you kind of get what you deserve. And I'm going to explain this very, very clearly. Okay? First and foremost, you looking at a tweet from Chris Pratt saying he's a Christian and you thinking he should be canceled and trying to email people to get him fired, that's called cancel culture.
Now, I want to think about this. Like, since back in 2013, this has been going on for 10 years. An off-colored joke. An unpopular opinion. Okay? This is small fry. Or biologically stating reality. That's what people were getting canceled for. And everyone who is a normal individual, it doesn't matter if you're a conservative, if you're just the everyday bloke, people were calling this out like, this is kind of ridiculous. Like, and I will say at the end of this video, my little asterisk, but this is a fuck around and find out moment. And it's not for no reason. Like, what people need to ask themselves is, why now? Why now are normal people and conservatives and people on the left who didn't know that this was going on in their own hemisphere, their own bubble, how come they're finding out now?
Okay. Kevin Hart making a joke, a gay joke in 2013 and getting him removed from the Oscars over a gay joke 10 years ago, that's cancel culture. You getting fired at your teaching position because you filmed a video dancing and laughing and saying you're so glad to watch that blood squirt out of Charlie Kirk's neck, that's not cancel culture. That's you being a fucking psycho. Okay? It's a little different. Okay? There's levels to this. And you went over the level.
So what I would say is that, all right, I don't want to divide it this way, but let's just say you're a conservative. Conservatives and normal people, there was a bar. He's absolutely right. We didn't think that people would cross that bar. And private companies can do whatever they want. And we could say that they overreacted. Yeah. I can understand that. But why hasn't conservatives and normal people done this now? It's because you're celebrating death. So many of you might, well, I'd assume most of you, back when 9/11 happened, in certain countries, there were people celebrating in the streets that the two towers were hit and that around 2,700 people lost their lives. And I think when people see this, especially people that were alive and were consciously aware what was going on, so I'm excluding, very young children, this is what it's reminding us of. Those were innocent people, just like Charlie Kirk. Those were innocent people, no matter what their race, religion, sex, gender, like whatever. Those were innocent people. And they had opinions just like everyone else. And then we see this group replicate what was going on the other side of the world when that happened. Like, why do you think that there's this conversation of Trump designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization? Because it looks like the exact same thing. The only difference is that it's on the internet instead of cable TV. And that's the goddamn truth. Truth. So yeah, we had a bar. When you started acting like the people that were celebrating 9/11, that's when we're going after you. That's when we're like, screw it. We don't care anymore. You're losing your job. And we are going to do our damnedest to. Proctofile coming in, saying 100% most employers have policies over how their employees are allowed to behave online because it can reflect back on them. This isn't canceling. This is just consequences. Yes. Now, I understand. Again, I'm just playing devil's advocate here for, certain corporations. People reacting, corporations reacting the way that they have for the last 10 years. It's like, oh, someone has some thoughts on, trans people. And usually it was either stating the correct thing, or even if they were just trying to be neutral about like, hey, if you're trans, that's cool. And this is my perspective on the whole trans thing. Like people that are normal or conservative, not a monolith, none whatsoever. Look, if you're trans, that's cool. But if you say that you're literally a woman, if you think that kids should be surgically mutilated, then yes, I'm going to have a problem with that, because then you're not living in reality. I know trans people that accept the reality. They're like, hey, this is a mental illness and I couldn't see any way out. I did try. I did make the effort to go there, but I succumbed to it. But that doesn't mean I don't reject reality. And you know what? I don't really care. I'll call you a she, her if you're actually a dude, especially if you look like that you're, making an effort, right? But when you go to me and go, men should be in women's spaces, I say, go fuck yourself, right? My truth, bruh. Thank you, Proctophile. But there's clearly a line. And I think what these corporations just found out is that there's just clearly a difference of opinion and calling for violence and celebrating it. Anyway, that's my thoughts. I kind of said my thoughts in the middle of his video, but who knows? I might have another one.
Now, number 2, you set a precedent. And I've talked about this 1,000 times. There's a thing called a pendulum. And that some bitch is swinging back. Okay? You have been setting a precedent for the last 10 years. Okay? That people should be fired for saying things you don't like. Okay? The pendulum's swinging back. And it's swinging at you. Now, you didn't have enough forethought to understand that this is how things naturally occurred. If you jump, you're going to come back down to the ground. The higher you jump, the harder you're going to hit the damn ground. And you're hitting it very, very hard because you exhausted all those supplies of the cancel culture you possibly could. So that pendulum's swinging back really hard right now. And you're suffering the consequences of the own precedents you set. You set the rules, and now you're being taken by them. So enjoy it.
So one thing that I want to point out here, they didn't just make the rules. They would constantly change it. They would constantly change the rules. Oh, no, you can't say this. No, you can't say this. No, now you can't say this. No, now you can't say this. No, now you can't say this. God, it wasn't. They just kept moving the goalpost over and over and over again. But you want to know something right now? There's one goalpost. Yes, it's okay for you to have an opinion, but when you are celebrating an American citizen getting assassinated, encouraging them to go after his wife, encouraging them to go after his children, and by the way, in my video, I point out that that's going to happen, encouraging them to posts about Asmongold being next. Like, this is my question. When am I next? When is, and I'm not going to say names because I don't want to get, I don't want people to go after people. But all the content creators that I know, that I communicate with, are they next? Should they be worried now? Is our opinion that dangerous to you that you are hoping and wishing to dance on our graves? Like, what else am I supposed to think here? I don't consider myself a conservative. I have conservative beliefs. I have liberal beliefs. The two aren't mutually exclusive. Do I believe in social? I believe in unemployment. Yeah. You know, you get fired from a job, you get laid off, you know, it was outside of your circumstance. Yeah, you know what? The government, my tax dollars will go to you and everything's fine. But hey, you know what? While you're getting that documentation or while you're getting that money from us, it'd be nice to know if you weren't spending it on weed. See, you can have two thoughts at once. No one is completely a monolith most of the time. But what we're seeing now is the left being a monolith to a certain extent. Well, again, like you've seen all the posts. If you haven't, you know, whatever. But you've seen probably the posts of people being like, whoa, I've been a leftist all my entire life, or for 8 years, 20 years, or like from all ages going, I didn't know that this was going on. There are leftist normies, believe it or not, that didn't know how far this was getting. They didn't. Proctfow says, bro, are you drinking coffee straight out of the kettle? Okay. Let me show you what's going on here. Okay? Let me show you what's going on here. This is soda. Zero sugar Shasta Cola, to be more specific. I poured it into this electric tea kettle. It is not warm. It's not warm whatsoever, okay? All right, hold on. I need to main set. It's just Coca-Cola in here. That's it. So let's do this one more time. So no, I'm not drinking straight out of I'm not drinking straight out of the kettle. I poured this into the kettle because even though I have my mug over here, my Game Journo mugs, I hated refilling it all the time. So I just used my tea kettle so I could just drink from that and hold more liquid. No, I have to work tomorrow. I can't have coffee in my system. But anyway, let's get back to the topic real quick. Facts. It all started with asking for equality, which is perfectly reasonable, but then they never stopped asking for more shit that we just had to tolerate because reasons. Yeah. Hey, tolerate this. All right, tolerate this. Okay. Well, no. You got to celebrate us. Okay, that's kind of weird. But it's when that they got to the point of no. Now you need to join us. And they're like, okay, hold on. Like, no, we're speaking up here. This is kind of bullshit. And we're crossing lines here that we've never crossed before. And we don't think this is a good idea. And that's all that Charlie Kirk was saying. You can disagree with them on a lot of points. And that's more than fine. But when that gunshot happened all around the world, they're learning that being tolerant has its limits and that it breaks. This is the fuck around and find out moment. And I am enjoying every single second of it. Moving on. Oh, and actually, before we go, here we go. Oh yeah, before we go, please like and subscribe. I would really appreciate it. Ding. All right, let's get back to it. Moving on, we got Matt Walsh. Now, he has a similar take, and he goes on a little bit further than Camelot does. But the reason that I'm bringing him in here is because he is, even though I do disagree with him on quite a few things, like his shit on anime is stupid. And people think he's trolling about anime. No, he's not. He absolutely is not trolling. He really does think that anime is demonic. And by the way, Matt Walsh, what I would probably suggest for you is think about it this way. There are adult cartoons. There are kids' cartoons. There's mature ratings. You just need to look through them first and maybe look at some websites that will say what the age rating is for certain shows. And the rule of thumb, I think, for any parent, or I mean, this is a rule of thumb for most people. So, like, if I'm gonna, if there's a new anime coming out, I watch the first 3 episodes, and if I'm not into it, then I leave. And you could say that about any show. Same thing with anime. You know, as a parent, you want to make sure that you're protecting your kid from things that you don't want to see. If there's an anime they want to watch the first 3 episodes. If you think it's good, and you have nothing to worry about, then you're pretty much good to go. You know your child better than the government, entertainment, or I ever will. Just my suggestion on that, rather than blanketly demonizing anime specifically. Anyway, this is Matt Walsh, and he has some thoughts here.
There is a fundamental difference between the cancel culture that the left engages in and the quote-unquote canceling that the right is doing in the wake of Charlie's assassination and the left's celebration of it. The difference is that the left will cancel you for saying objectively true, good, and normal things.
Flashback Gina Carano? Yeah, Gina fucking Carano was literally using Nazi propaganda to make a point of what the left was doing. And they canceled her because they were too stupid to see the point. That's what happened. Stupidity is why Gina Carano got canceled. And thankfully, even though I wanted her to continue forward with the Disney lawsuit, I completely understand why they settled. Maybe there's some behind-the-scene changes that's going to be going on. Maybe a public apology. You never know. That could be coming one day. I'm still hoping for it. Still hoping. But only NTR is demonic. I have NTR. I have no idea what NTR is. If it's an anime, then I'll just believe you because, hey, there's fucked up anime everywhere. Proctofile. Speaking of which, I paused my anime to be here. You're welcome. I have done that so many times with Smash JT. I have okay, this is something that I have done with Smash JT because I usually watch all of his live streams. I'll be like, okay, the episode's only 22 minutes long. Sorry, Smash JT. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna watch the episode. And then I'm going to 2 times the speed so I can catch up on all the information. I have totally done it. I will not blame anybody for doing that.
To the extent that the right cancels you, it'll be for saying objectively abhorrent, perverse, and sick things. And this distinction matters. As I've said for years, the problem with the left's attack on speech is not just that they're attacking speech, but that they're attacking true and right speech.
Yeah. It's like I was saying before. If you are denying biology, like we've seen the TikToks of men thinking that they're going through their period. That is asinine. And it's like I was saying before. There's trans people I know, fucking cool as shit, and they understand reality. Sure, I'll say your pronouns, whatever, as long as you understand that you're literally not a woman. You are still a dude. Like, it's like me going up to Blair White and saying he. Like, like, all right, I see that you put in the effort. And you understand that you're not literally a woman, then I don't really see the problem. To me, the problem is the people that try to gaslight you to thinking that you magically turn into something when you don't. Those are cold, hard facts. And it's coming at you cold. It's coming at you hard. And just because it hurts your feelings does not make it untrue. It's fucking dumb. And I'm not going to live in that reality anymore. Fuck, I was on the edge of that reality, like back in COVID times. Yeah, all these people, all these leftists that, were pretty much normies and didn't know what was going on, or kind of took a step back from it and be like, okay, well, people are going to do things, some people, are a little more for this than others, and like they're being nice about it. Now they're not being nice. Now they're leaving. Yeah, Proctophile. Or looking for Buck Angel and saying "sup girl" from the outside. That looked pretty. Yeah, like Buck Angel. If you don't know who that is, he's a content creator, female biologically, and they definitely they look like a guy. Like you might be able to tell from the voice that that they're potentially a woman. But the one thing that he understands is yeah, if I'm going to go on a date with somebody, I better be honest of what's downstairs. Like, I mean, how many times have we seen these nut jobs go, well, just because I'm not a woman down there doesn't mean I'm not a woman. Like, yes, fuck off. You're a dude. Guess what? Majority of dudes are straight. Majority of dudes don't want to touch a penis other than their own. Can we just face reality right there? But no. No, you need to accept me for who I am. You need to adapt to my reality so I get what I want. Your preference doesn't matter. That's where lines are. Hey, you go live your life, and if you find a dude that, you want to mess around with, and you got the boobage, or you identify, fine. But once you're trying to demand that I accept your magical reality, that's not reality whatsoever. It's fantasy land. Then find Hogwarts on your own. Oh, I'm sorry. J.K. Rowling won't do that for you. Catzilla coming in mental health. Oh, you said mental health, which I think would be fucking awesome. Mental health. In mental health, we're not supposed to play along with patients' delusions when they're confused, or supposed to bring them back to reality. Yes. You know what? The thing, but Catzilla, if someone doesn't have schizophrenia and they identify with having schizophrenia, then we should support that they have schizophrenia. If they're hearing voices, if they say that they feel like they have schizophrenia, but they don't hear voices, and I know that is a very blanket term, a very general understanding. Schizophrenia is way more complicated than just that, but we do know that that is a symptom. But if someone's claiming that there's something they're not, then they don't have that. Now, if you have gender dysphoria, which a lot of these people claim to not have, that they were just born that way, and we'll get into this a little bit, but I think there's a very big difference between mental illness and social contagion, right? Like Chloe Cole, she was 13 and got into the whole gender thing had her got a double mastectomy, and it didn't fix her problems. And that's one of the issues that we're running into, is that this has become this magical fix-all for mental issues that have nothing to do with gender dysphoria. Now, and here's an example, guys. Here is an example. So I forget what year this was, or what decade. But at a certain point, there was a magazine for the first time from the United States that was going over to, I believe the Asian country was Japan. There was no anorexia in Japan. There was no bulimia in Japan. When do you think that started? When they started getting American magazines. Then all of a sudden, almost overnight, you see this group of women in Japan being anorexic, having bulimia. Is that mental illness? Or is that social contagion? I mean, look at Charlize Theron. Somehow, or Megan Fox, for some reason, majority of the children that they adopted are trans. That is lightning in a bottle. It's something that would not happen twice. That is statistically impossible. Or you trained them to think that. Or these people, these weirdly enough mothers heard their son say something one time and then just rolled on with it. Because they thought, oh, this must be who they really are. And then they parade them around, risking not only just their sense of ownership of their own bodies, but the potential of them being the masculine man. Or you don't even have to be completely masculine, but being the man that they ought to be and learn from their own experiences as a guy. There is a certain portion of me that's just like, they do this because they're just anti-men and don't want to say it. That's something I completely think. Cornholio. Hi, bro, and chat. Thank you for coming in. Let's see. We got Jason Kroll says, make asylums great again. Proctophile, you ever see Blair White's video on Jazz Jennings? Yeah, it's absolutely heartbreaking. Actually a good video. I'm not going to get into the subject matter because, I just went on a rant that has almost nothing to do with Matt Walsh here. But there was I forget what his name is and his channel, but he held he was the mediator of a debate between Blair White and what's her name? Brittany. She was part of Gamergate 1. God, I forget it. I forget. But yeah, he mediated a debate, and I found it very interesting. Proctophile comes in 100%. If a whole friends group starts exhibiting the same symptoms of a rare mental illness, then it's most likely they're all faking. Yeah, well, yeah, I would say that. But it's also like, it's kind of like the same thing of like, all my friends are playing COD and I want to join in with my friends, so I'm going to play Call of Duty 2. No, not Brittany Venti. I'm thinking of someone else. No, Brianna Wu. Yeah, Brianna Wu and Blair White did a somewhat of a debate with each other, and there was someone else as a mediator. If you can find that on your own time, I highly suggest it. It's very interesting of what they talk about. But what was I saying before? But like, there is a little bit of social contagion with everything. But I mentioned my friends are playing COD, therefore maybe I should, so I can hang out with them, and then maybe I like it, and that's cool. I think that's a little bit the same way with this ideology. Because remember, I was a theater kid. I was in high school and in college. You don't think that I didn't want to fit in? You don't think I didn't initially have disagreements of some of the things they were saying that, was different than my beliefs? Like, a lot of people want to say that this is like a terminally online thing. And I think that completely, that does make sense. And I think it is absolutely true. But it also has to do with the people surrounding them. And especially if you're a parent, if you don't want your kid to step in puddles, if you don't want your kid to get wet, avoid puddles, right? And obviously, I'm not saying that literally, like, kids are, gonna fall into puddles and stuff like that. It's a metaphor, clearly. But it's like, you need to know who they're hanging out with. Like, there are friends that I had that my parents had no idea about, never met whatsoever. And I was slowly being indoctrinated with the ideas, not because I was thinking for myself, but because I wanted to think like the group does, because I wanted to, have friends, right? It's a survival instinct. That's what that is. Like, let's boil it down. That's what social contagion is. It's a survival instinct so you can maintain the group structure that has been presented to you, that you're almost already in. Anyway, let's continue with Matt Walsh.
They want you to be fired for saying, for example, that men can't have babies and women don't have penises. The problem isn't simply that they're trying to get you fired for saying something. It's that they're trying to get you fired for saying the most basic and true things that it's possible for a person to say. The left's war on speech is not a war just on speech. It's a war on truth. They want to punish truth. And that will always be worse. Obviously, significantly worse. There is a difference in kind between the statement, men aren't women, and the statement, Charlie Kirk deserved to die because he was a fascist, Nazi, racist bigot.
So, speaking of Blair White, and I'm going to just quickly mention this. Blair White went on to Ben Shapiro's show. And you want to know what his compromise was? That he just wouldn't mention the pronouns that she would, want. He just said, you know what? I'm just going to call you by your name. And he said that to her face. And you want to know what she did? She said, I completely understand. Totally get it. Now, she might disagree with that statement. I don't think she does. But she just understands where he's coming from. She's not rejecting reality. She understands that she has a mental issue, that she went through something, that she succumbed to it, but she's not forcing him. She wasn't forcing Ben Shapiro to go along with it. She just understood what the argument was. Even if you disagree, even if you're, she's right wing. They agree on probably 90% of things. But she completely understood that he wasn't going to accommodate to her and she understood that it was based on, his religion and his beliefs. Even politically. She just decided to sit there and I'm going to be a kind individual and accept that that's not going to happen. And let's have a discussion. Not that hard to have a civil discussion.
What's the difference? Well, the first statement is the most obviously true thing that anyone can ever say. The second statement is a demented, deranged, perverse, sick, evil, wicked, horrendous, outrageous lie that not only smears the good name of an innocent man, but also implicitly encourages violence against the millions of people who agree with his politics. That's the difference. And the idea that we can't advocate social consequences against the latter statement without also accepting or approving of such consequences for the former statement is asinine. The idea that society must treat all speech exactly the same, as if it's impossible to distinguish between banal everyday truth and the deranged hallucinatory rantings of bloodthirsty sociopathic hobgoblins.
He has a way with words, doesn't he? But the thing is, like, I like Matt Walsh. Like, he can, like, it's kind of like what I said before. Like, if there's a trans person is like, hey, I accept reality. I just have a mental illness. I understand if you don't want to say it. Like, I'm cool. As long as you're not denying reality, I'll call you she, her for your benefit. Okay? I don't give a fuck. But when you start crossing certain societal lines and moral lines, and then you're trying to teach it to kids, that will damage them mentally, physically, in more ways than one, then yes, I'm going to have a problem with that. When you're trying to force a fantasy onto me, nah, As long as you tell the truth to me, I will be a little flexible with that. Now, and I understand Matt Walsh saying, no, I am absolutely not even going to move an inch on it. I understand that. We could debate about it, but at the end of the day, I'll be like, okay, hey, you want to go grab lunch afterwards and talk about something else? Like, hey, we agree with like 99% of the thing, but this 1%, you know what? I'm a little flexible on. Just that. As long as you do not deny reality, you can be my friend, and I'll be a little flexible. That's more than fine. The problem is when it gets societal. The problem is when they try to force it. The problem is when they try to kill you if you do not agree with it.
Is totally ludicrous. Now, I don't think that such ranting should be made illegal. I don't think that the people celebrating Charlie's death should be banned by the government from saying those things.
Oh my God. What is he saying? What is he saying, people? What is he saying?
But I do think it's good that these people lose their jobs. It's good that they are shamed and humiliated and must live with the repercussions for the rest of their lives. It's good if they wake up every day until they die wishing they had not said what they said.
And here's a good example. Remember back during Trump's first term? God, I forget where it was. I think it was in North Carolina or it was Georgia or something like that. And you had this like group of white dudes with tiki torches going down saying Jews will not replace us. And you want to know what happened? Everybody, majority of people in the United States went like, that's fucked up. You deserve consequences. Do you know anyone on which side you're on that didn't go, hey, that's pretty fucked up? Yes, you're going to lose your job. Yeah, that was a really dumb thing to do. Like, Jesus Christ. Yes, freedom of speech is allowed, but actions have consequences. And believe it or not, guess what the if you want to call conservative, I call it normal people right now. I don't align myself with Republican. I consider myself an independent, just so that I want to check myself and not be ideologically captured. That's the reason that I consider myself an independent. That's the only reason. I want to look at reality. I want to have my own opinions. And if I label myself an independent, that helps me not do that. At least that's what it feels like. And I want to make a certain measure of that. Or even if we go back even further, remember the Westboro Baptist Church? This crazy nut job, right-wing conservative Christian church, supposedly Christian, that were protesting funerals of service members or people that were gay. Like, yeah, fuck off. I mean, they couldn't lose their jobs because they had such a tight-knit structure there, but hey, the entire world went, or the United States, I can only speak for that, up yours. Yeah, they were fucking nuts. Like, see, there are right-wing nut jobs. There are left-wing nut jobs. Has anyone heard from the Westboro Baptist Church recently? Has anyone heard from QAnon recently? No. You want to know one of the reasons why I think that's happened? Is because they opened up when Elon Musk bought Twitter, he opened it up to everybody. And I want to say this, like, I forget what it was. I think it was during Goonergate 2. Like, whoa, this doesn't make sense. I'm not going to get into everything about it. You can look up yourself. But essentially, there's a lot of hypocrisy about, like, women looking sexy, right? And it was coming from this Melanie Mack, who was being a complete hypocrite, especially when she's a fan of Tomb Raider. Like, that's kind of the basis of it. And it was kind of in relation to Stellar Blade at the same time. And then kind of right when that died down, a bunch of like religious figures like tried to get into the gaming stuff. And guess what gamers did? They went, not today. And it lasted a few days and they went away. I think gamers are pretty effective, trying to make sure there isn't ideological capture. But only one seems to continue to stick around.
That's what I want. I want them to wake up every single day and the first thing they think is, my God, I wish I hadn't said that. It took my entire life off the rails. Everything has changed for the worse because I had to go and say the most vile and disgusting thing that anyone could ever say. I want that to be the first thought in their head every day when they wake up.
Yeah. Like, and remember, guys, I didn't know Charlie. A lot of the content creators that you follow or subscribe to didn't know Charlie Kirk. And they can see the bullshit. They just see it plain as day right there. And that's us. How do you think Matt Walsh feels? That was his friend. That's, someone he broke bread with, someone he shared a meal with, someone that, probably their families met each other. Their kids probably played with each other. They probably had barbecues. They probably went to events together. They had a whole other relationship like Charlie did with a lot of like this conservative content creators that were a lot deeper than even what we're thinking about it. We're thinking about it in how sick this is, how disgusting this has become just on what we saw and the reaction to it. But man, the people that personally knew him, I can only imagine what they're going through.
We cannot have a civilized and decent society unless there are severe social consequences for people who express publicly.
Jason, those are called tourists.
These kinds of sentiments. Okay, because these people are barbarians. They are savages and should be treated as such. Free speech does not mean that we should act with anything but revulsion and disgust to people who say revolting and disgusting things and who in turn reveal themselves to be revolting and disgusting human beings. I'll take that nurse I mentioned earlier. Just think about this. Upon seeing that a man with a wife and 2 young children have been shot in the throat on stage, her first reaction was to cuss out his kids and his mother and gloat about the murder.
Yeah. A medical practitioner, people. Someone who took the Hippocratic Oath. Someone who was supposed to, like, say it happened at her hospital. Charlie, was wheeled in, need to be saved. Are you going to trust that person now? Just because they believe something different than you? And when it comes to these private, business owners or corporations, companies, all that jazz. And they made a really good point over here on over there on the PBD podcast. Patrick, PBD podcast. For some reason, I can't say his name right. Patrick Bet David. I forget his name, but he made a really good example where, Pat is his boss, and he goes, "Imagine I said this to you, Pat. I think that you are a horrible leader. You are disgusting. All your beliefs are true. I don't think that you're a really good leader, and I think that you're just the worst." And they went, "What do you say?" "Well, thank you. I'm sorry that you feel that way. And if you do feel that way, well, you're going to exit. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to exit the country." See, you have free speech. The government isn't going to interfere with that, at least what's protected. But if you feel that way about your boss and you're dumb enough to say that to his face, don't be surprised if you get fired. The same analogy applies. If you think that an innocent person who has not hurt anyone physically, whose only crime was spreading ideas to the best visibility and having as honest as he can conversations with young people, then what is your deal? Like, that's just asinine thinking. That is against every American value that we have. We can disagree, but we're all still American. And then they revealed themselves. This isn't left or right. Because one thing that, if you follow this channel or any of my live streams, there's something that I've always said. It's not left, it's not right, it's what's reasonable. Again, I'm going to say it again. It's not about left, it's not about right, it's what's reasonable. And I will hold that standard on Republicans, Democrats, whatever party is out there. If I cannot see the reasoning in your logic, and your reasoning is, I didn't like what that person said, I will celebrate their death. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. Go fuck off. Have fun with the consequences. Have fun.
Now, that sort of statement, look, I know we're all desensitized from being on the internet, but you have to understand, that is not just an expression of an opinion. That is a revelation of her character, and it is the character of someone who is barely human at this point, barely has a soul. It's a character of someone who is unfit to live among civilized people, of someone who should be shunned and shamed and alienated by society. Not through force of law, not through legislation or legal consequence, certainly not through violence, but through social rejection.
And that's what they're feeling right now. If someone can look this up, I'm all for it. Because we've seen on the internet all the people, not necessarily leaving Democrat to go Republican, but just leaving and just, because this wasn't a policy issue. This was a moral issue. This was a values issue. And it spread across the globe. England, Spain, Korea. What the fucking hell did you think was going to happen? Well, Nero, I'm not going to deny that, because right now it is the left. But what I'm saying is it doesn't matter what side you're on. Tomorrow, it could be the right side of things. But for the last 10 years, it's been the left, especially the last 10 years. I would say go all the way back to 2007, 2008. 2008 specifically is when, and I'm not going to go Barack Obama, though you probably could contribute that. What I would say is 2008 was the year that the iPhone came out and Facebook was pre-downloaded and installed. And that's when the bad ideas started happening. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 1 year from now, it could be the right side. It could be the right that's having completely meltdown issues, that's going too far, right? That could absolutely be the case. But that's not what we're seeing right now. What we're seeing right now is leftist nut jobs not seeing reason, to the point where violence and assassination became not only acceptable, but celebrated.
Because people who cuss out the children of men who are murdered on live TV deserve to be socially rejected. Because monsters should be treated like monsters, and she is a monster. Now, the left may now say that even if it doesn't infringe on free speech rights to fire someone for saying something abhorrent, that even so, we should have more grace and forgiveness. Well, guys, you should have thought of that before you spent the last 20 years trying to destroy our lives for saying anything that you even vaguely disagree with. You should have thought of that before you danced on my friend's grave and laughed at his grieving widow. No, what you want is for us to grant you radical tolerance and acceptance while you continue to give us no such thing in return. But that deal doesn't work anymore, guys.
It does not.
The deal doesn't work. The deal is over. It's off. We never should have gone along with it to begin with, and now it is over. You will be held to your own standard. You will have your own rules enforced against you. You will be given your own medicine, whether you like it or not. And you will not like it.
Quick interpretation. We can't wait to see you cry harder. And it's kind of like I was saying before. When are they going to go after him and his family? When are they going to go after the content creators I associate with? When are they going to go after Asmongold? I mean, they're already calling for it. When are they going to do it? Because look, if you know anything about this channel at all, and if you've seen what the other side of things are, I'm in no delusion anymore that many of these people would gloat, cheer, laugh, and dance on my grave. And I'm just a small fish. When is it gonna be me? When is it gonna be the other friends I have in this space? I consider myself an independent, and many of the creators I know consider themselves independent. They just will call bullshit as they see it. Just because, and this goes back to, I know Joe Rogan is the one who's kind of famously for this, but this was being said before. I didn't leave the left left me. And that is more true than ever before, because I've never seen such an exodus than this. Like, we saw it in, how the election of 2024 happened. That's where we saw it. But if someone right now, if they could pull up the numbers of the amount of people that are leaving the Democrats, let me know. Because I think that would be very interesting. My guess is that it's not as much as people think, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's around, conservatively, 15,000. And I'm saying like officially, like unregistered. Like they went to the post office and unregistered. So conservatively 15,000. And if I was going on the liberal side of things, 75,000 ish. That's a lot of voters, depending on what area you're in the United States. Anyway, Matt Walsh, I disagree with you on a lot of things, and I agree with you with a lot of things, but one thing is for certain, it doesn't matter what our disagreements are or our agreements. This was heinous, and you didn't deserve to lose a friend. You didn't. All right, moving on. All right, some actual gaming stuff. Oh, and by the way, guys, if you guys do send super chats when we're done with the topic, I'm gonna be reading them at the very end of the topic, once that's closed over. So I'm just letting you guys know that. Okay. So you guys might have heard that Bethesda current numbers haven't been recorded this year. Okay, so we'll probably know by the end of the year. Bethesda officially went mask off. They hate gamers and are full of modern audience corpos. LOL. This is from Hero He. Hey, I forget how you pronounce his channel name. Great creator. He is working on his 700,000 subscribers. And hopefully... Oh, let me try that again. There we go. And hopefully we can help him to 700,000 subscribers. But he does a really good, 2-minute, 30-second on what's going on with Bethesda. Because it's one thing when an individual has been saying this shit and they're dumb enough to have their employer's information and where they work in their profiles. What's more dumb is Bethesda, the actual company, doing this on their X profile. And there's going to be fallout. Do I think it's going to be so detrimental that, the company will fall? No. Like I said, there's normies and people that are willing to overlook that for a good game. Even though they really haven't produced a lot of good games recently. Talking to you, Starfield. Pronouns! But this is what's going on.
Hero hasn't done enough to ruin their reputation over the years. Well, they recently had the bright idea to make a tweet that has since been deleted. So from Wolf Bronsky, your company is populated with people who clearly hate me and the people like me. I'll never buy another Bethesda's game again, and I'll agitate at every opportunity that nobody else does either. To make a tweet that has since been deleted, as they got a ton of backlash for it, but we're going to talk about that tweet. I'm going to show you what it was and what happened. My Electric Adventure. I've purchased just about every Bethesda game since I played Morrowind. The employee that posted that reference needs to be fired to show us it was a bad apple and not the entire company otherwise. I will no longer be supporting anything this studio puts out ever again. And don't worry, I tried to pull it up, but as I was listening to this video, he eventually pulls up what happened. Some quick context onto what led up to this. As a few days ago, right after what happened to Charlie Kirk, a 42-year-old she-they Bethesda producer was on their Blue Sky account celebrating. Why? Well, we already know why. Why is it always Blue Sky? And if you haven't heard, Blue Sky, they took down posts. You want to know how far off the rails you have to be to have your posts taken down on Blue Sky in that leftist bubble? Holy shit. And for context, you know what? I'm not even going to go there. Not going to go there. As hilarious as it is, as much as I want to laugh, I don't want to give this person the time of day.
what happened to Charlie Kirk, as they had reposted a number of other posts from weird people on Blue Sky celebrating what happened, and they're also essentially advocating for more of those things to happen to other people that they'll falsely accuse to try and justify their disgusting behavior. And now with that context, that takes us up to the situation today that I...
Correction. Quick correction for Savvy. Piddlebucket is not a producer for Bethesda. I don't play Bethesda games. Did I miss something here? Oh, it did. Okay. Bethesda producer. Well, then what were they? Nero. No one expected this from Blue Sky. Do you mean like what the horrible things they're tweeting, or Blue Sky actually recognizing that they have a problem over there? But real quick, Proctophile, are you saying that they're not a producer? Or are they just a social media person? Let's see. Well, they say that they're a producer at Bethesda Game Studio. At least, I think that's their Blue Sky. Yeah, that's their Blue Sky. Producer at Bethesda's Game Studios, 42, she, they. It's always when they say the they. It's always when they say the they. God, I don't like profiling people, but this just keeps happening over and over again. It's always some sort of they, them, some sort of she, they. Fat. Autistic ADHD. I think that's what ADHD means. Anti-Zionist Jew, and I'm hungry. COVID conscious, no AI, icon by some sort of artist. If you can see a green cat, that's me, actually. Proctophile, I looked through all the games they said they worked on, and none of the producers' names overlapped across all of them. Well, apparently there must be some association, though. Right? Like, is there one? Anyway, let's continue the video.
Justify their disgusting behavior. And now with that context, that takes us up to the situation today that I bring you in this video.
So Kata, great content creator. Should definitely subscribe to him on YouTube and follow him on X. If there's any mods that want to do that, that would be the time. So in response to people criticizing Bethesda for their employees mocking the death of Charlie Kirk, they dropped this video of their game, Indiana Jones, with him saying, "You don't care about these fascists, do you?" Then when people noticed, they deleted the tweet, showing not only they are disgusting people, they're also cowards who can't stand 10 toes of what they say. I say again, stop funding people who hate you. Yeah, I'm all about boycotting. I don't give a shit. Ever since the Bud Light thing, like, I'm done. Like, yeah, boycott this shit. if that's what you're doing, if you want to continue buying their games and you want to do that, well, that's your right to do so. I personally think that you're part of the problem, but it's your right to do so.
We could see this tweet reading, so in response to people criticizing Bethesda for their employees mocking the passing of Charlie Kirk, they dropped this video of their game Indiana Jones with...
It could be, Proctophile, and by the way, this is just theorizing. It could be that they're like a modder. I can understand why someone would call themselves a producer to make themselves look like a lot better than they actually are, if they like mod for the game. Which, if you're a mod and you're calling yourself a producer, I understand why people would call you that, but no one would make that connection in a realistic sense.
Him saying,
anyway, yeah.
"You don't care about these fascists, do you?" Then when people notice, they delete the tweet, showing not only are they disgusting people, they're also cowards who can't stand 10 toes on what they say. I say again, stop funding people who hate you. And as I mentioned just a moment ago, I'll show you the deleted tweet, which we've got right here, the 9-second clip of Indiana Jones saying the aforementioned quote.
Oh, nice place. You don't care much about these fascists, do you?
So yeah, I don't think it's coincidence that mere days after all the backlash they were getting for that producer and apparently some other employees that I didn't see, but people are saying that wasn't the only one. But these employees at Bethesda, including...
Well, you know what? In situations like this, if someone's claiming that, I understand taking them at their word, but knowing Savvy's reputation, she is a really good researcher. So maybe this just got caught in the mixed, the heat of things, but I'm not going to hold it against her for, maybe not looking into this further. Or maybe she has something that does confirm that and she just hasn't released it yet. I don't know. I respect Savvy a lot. And, everyone gets a mulligan every once in a while. It's not like, she shot and killed a person. Someone else did that. Or danced on their graves or celebrated it. No, she's trying to point out the bad actors in the gaming industry, just like a lot of us are. So I understand the effort. Just hopefully the information is correct. And it could be a producer for their latest game. But then again, I have not gone down the rabbit hole like Proctofile has. So big grain of salt. Okay, on my part, big grain of salt, especially with what Proctofile is informing us of, that this that one particular individual what may not be a producer for Bethesda games. But what we do know for sure is that Bethesda's actual Twitter account or X account posted this.
Upper managerial positions celebrating what happened, that on the official Bethesda Twitter account, they post this clip. And we all know how these people operate. They smear anyone who isn't a part of their deranged hive mind, including Charlie, as fascists or far right or Nazis or all of the above. It's just meaningless buzzwords at this point. These extremist freaks have a long track record of watering down words over and over again, and then they'll falsely accuse people and advocate extreme violence against them because they have no actual points of any merit. It's also hilarious how these creeps LARP as if they're oppressed revolutionaries while they hold managerial positions in giant corporations. And yeah, a lot of people used to be great fans of Bethesda. They used to do some great work way back in the day. That hasn't been the case for a...
Yeah, it's really hard to say that you're oppressed from your high tower. I'm sorry. Especially but it's when it's being realized right now. Well, not realized, but now that people that work for these game studios are openly saying this, it's like, we told you. We told you. Proctofile says, I also got approved to see all the proposes community notes on Twitter. There's a lot of misinspiration being accepted before we can correct the record. Yeah. For example, Proctofile, I believe he sent over to me or said in my YouTube video that I posted with Charlie Kirk, pointing out the people that were, looking at the camera saying that they got fired. Apparently, not one, but both the videos I posted were something else. So I need to be more diligent on that. Like, even if it comes from my friends that I find very resourceful, sometimes you got to put in the extra effort. And hopefully, I need to put a disclaimer on that, but hopefully, people can look up the people that are crying on TikTok and Blue Cry and see it for themselves.
Long time now, and this sort of thing only reinforces why so many people will never buy another Bethesda game ever again. But let me know what you think about this in the comments. Please consider liking and or subscribing. It helps out greatly. Appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.
Now, I haven't looked further into this. I just got this information right before I streamed. Now, this could have been a social media manager that was trying to play cute. That is potential. But let's, you know what? Real quick. Let's go on X. And see if they've made an official statement. Well, it looks like that they changed, because this is their newest post, it seems. If Indy's impressed, you know it must be amazing. What mysterious what mysterious? They spelt mysteries wrong. Did anyone else point this out? No one's, at least, no one's pointed out that they spelt mysteries wrong. What mysterious will he unlock in the Order of Giants DLC? No, you meant what mysteries? Oh my god, their social media planner can't spell. Hold on. I think you spelt hold on. Man, if I fuck this up. Mysteries. Nope. Mr. O's. The new cereal. Mysteries. Yep. Wrong. Did I get that right? I'm double checking because the internet's forever. Yes. Okay. When you're in front of, like, I know there's not a lot of people watching right now, but when you're in front of people in general, you don't want to fuck up the spelling after criticizing it. I think you spelt mysteries wrong. All right. I hope that's a banger. I really do. Okay, where are we at? So that was Hero Hey. And let's see. We got 2 liberal hive mind videos here. And it's going through all the people, or maybe individuals that are getting fired. I think that's what's going on. And I want this at 125. There we go.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing...
Shut up, Proctophile.
...of the left. All I gotta say is, good. Actions finally have consequences. You know, for years we've watched the left celebrate when conservatives got censored, deplatformed, fired, or destroyed over nothing. Either over a joke, a slip of the tongue, or by simply having the wrong political opinion.
If you don't know who Liberal Hive Mind is, and you're really against all the things that the left are doing right now, like, check out his channel. Great content creator. I will share... Oh, wait. I think I hit the wrong thing. Yeah, there we go. The internet always wins. Every single time. Do not challenge the internet. The internet challenged one time, and I accepted, and I won. Anyway, this is Liberal Hive Mind. Please go over and give him a sub.
You know, what was happening during that era of left-wing cancel culture, it never felt right. It never felt good. But this? Oh, this is righteous. This time it's not about somebody getting misgendered on social media. No, it's about teachers and office workers, these so-called professionals who are openly glorifying the assassination of Charlie Kirk or engaging in other despicable behavior. You know, the mask has finally slipped, at least to a degree that hopefully lots of people are getting red-pilled. They've revealed themselves to be heartless and deranged, and now it's all coming back to bite them as the culture has shifted. No longer are these freaks protected. No, they're getting swift justice, getting fired across the board. And that...
I don't think the culture has shifted. I think people tried to be nice and compliant for as long as they could. And people were slow. Like, I was one of them. Slowly but surely, either they learned during the pandemic or they learned just now. And for the ones that learned during the pandemic, during Joe Biden's presidency, yeah, that was a shift. Politically, what do you think they think mentally? Why do you think people started changing their minds? Why all of a sudden did people vote so dramatically the other way? I don't think it was a culture shift. I think that there was a majority of people that were just trying, not majority, a large group of people that were just trying to be nice, but nice doesn't cut it anymore. And being nice is not the same as being kind. And what happened to Charlie Kirk was certainly not either of those.
my friends, again, is good, because this isn't cancel culture. This is accountability for inhumane behavior that crosses the line. Let's talk about it, shall we? We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, you guys have probably seen the video. We got a couple interesting-looking individuals here working at Office Depot. A couple guys walk in, they have a receipt, they paid for posters to be printed, specifically Charlie Kirk memorial posters, and as they come in to pick up their order, they're greeted by a team of, these characters.
Huh. Like I said, I hate to profile people, but for people that want to be inclusive to everybody, you sure love to, try to look the same. And I'm not talking about their shirts, clearly.
Just take a look at the photos, and you could probably put 2 and 2 together. Just go ahead and guess their political affiliation based on what they look like alone. How can I describe the look? Maybe, let's go with Reddit moderators. And so the customers walk in trying to retrieve their posters, and take a look at what happened.
Thank you. So, we came in for an order earlier to print a poster for a vigil tonight.
Yes,
for somebody that passed. It's not
propaganda. I'm sorry.
It's propaganda? A vigil is propaganda? A picture for someone's memorial is propaganda? And look, to a certain degree, this person is right. To a certain degree, they are. Let's not mince words here. To a certain degree, one can view it that way. I don't, but one can say that. But if you're a business and you want to keep your business, and this is for, like, what if it was Charlie Kirk's wife? What if she just wanted a big picture of him at his funeral? Sorry, fuck around and find out. Same thing with the fucking people that didn't want to bake the cake. Oh, you're refusing service? All right, fuck around, find out. Because you know what? That's not the same. It's similar, but not the same. Celebrating someone's life goes across political spectrums. Well, it used to, not anymore. Went past religions, all of the above. And I have a feeling that this wasn't against Office Depot's policies.
All right, so, what's your name? I'm print supervisor.
I'm one of the managers.
Yes.
So, I'm sort of...
A supervisor. And I believe this was a manager, if I heard that right?
Okay. So if they say they don't print political propaganda, so this is somebody that passed away a couple years ago.
That's political propaganda, unfortunately.
So this is for a prayer tonight, for a prayer vigil?
It's still propaganda, unfortunately.
What makes it propaganda?
Because he's a political figure, and I don't have to...
Our general manager is going to be in on Monday.
They sit there and flat out...
Okay, so their general manager wasn't there. Okay.
Refuse to print Charlie Kirk memorial posters, claiming that it's propaganda, and so they can't do it. I mean, really? A poster memorializing a great man who was just assassinated is propaganda? Obviously, these are malicious leftists, and as we see with these characters all the time, they have a really strong, opinionated stance, a real righteous stance, but yet for some reason they can't even explain it. They can't even articulate why they believe what they believe.
Yeah. Like I said, one can view it as propaganda to a certain extent, but if you cannot say why it's propaganda, then you just lost. Yes, and I want to be very clear, Cornholio, thank you for mentioning this. Office Depot did apologize and said it's not against their policy, but they fired her butt. I'd say they fired her ass real quick. Real quick. Mm-mm. I'm sorry. Go fuck yourself.
It's propaganda. Well, how?
Because you want to know something? When more than half of the United States is standing up against this bullshit, how much this death was meaningless, how much they're seeing these fucking insane people celebrate on a grave, you don't think Office Depot is looking at their business being like, you know what? It might be a good idea hear me out, to not alienate the majority of the country. Maybe it'd be a bad idea to do that. And I'm not going to lie, guys. I know that people are getting fired right now because of their social media posts. I think that corporations, companies in general, are going to be looking at people's social medias. Legal Mindset has even said this. Corporations have been like nowhere near the wheel on this in regards to who they hire. Like, yeah, hey, squeaky clean, no criminal record. But what the fuck's wrong with you? Wait, you said this online? No. I mean, it's fine if you believe that, but celebrating someone being murdered? What'd they do? They said opinions? And they discussed with other people? Why is that wrong? Oh, you're insane. Wait, this is how you're going to treat, and this is why. This is how you're going to treat customers? Yeah, gone. If anyone works from Walmart and they put their political positions over a customer's belief, what the fuck is wrong with you? Your job is to fucking, you're a cashier. Cashier, give change back. If one of these people saw like a MAGA hat, would they deny them business because of their personal beliefs? Do you think a company would want to take that risk? Absolutely not. If I'm working at a Walmart, I don't care who you are. My job is to serve you. My job is to help you out to the best of my ability. And that's what matters.
At one point, the colleague appears like he might interject, and she views it as an off-ramp. Oh, yes, please, explain how. But of course, unsurprisingly, her brain-dead colleague can't even muster a single word either. It's just like every college campus leftist, every Antifa, black-clad protester who screams Trump is Hitler, right-wingers are fascists, but they can't even articulate a single point to back up that claim. Complete frickin' losers. And obviously, and rightfully, the internet was furious. And now we get the update within hours after this entire ordeal blew up. The Office Depot headquarters responds and issues a statement.
Oh. You think people are... When it comes to Disney, Cornholio, people have been outspoken for years about this shit. Before the death of Charlie Kirk. They were saying loudly, we don't want this shit. We're not going to pay money for this shit. And then they kept putting into that shit. And then you've seen these little changes like, well, this character was initially going to be gay, but maybe we changed that. And allegedly, because I don't remember specifically, from Inside Out 2, the daughter was supposed to be, there's supposed to be like a love thing with another girl for teenagers. I think Disney is starting to see the writing on the wall, but I think they're going to fuck up again. And I think the next time they fuck up, there's no going back. It's either stop it, we're stopping. We don't care if it's Spider-Man anymore. Oh God, apparently came into the chat and said, how the hell you doing, Two Lives? I'm doing okay. I could use a little bit of help on some stuff, but God, I'm working on it. I'm working on it to the best of my ability. How you doing, man? You doing good? Yeah, I know it's a little weird right down here, but real quick, God, Charlie doing okay? Yeah? Because, dude, I don't know if you met Charlie, but I would totally get his autograph. Like, I know he's there for eternity, but I think that's something you should do, man. If you haven't met him, like, dude,
statement. We are deeply concerned by the incident that occurred at store 3382 in Portage, Michigan. The behavior displayed by our associate is completely unacceptable and insensitive. It violates our company policies and does not reflect the values that we uphold at Office Depot. We sincerely apologize to the customer affected and to our community for this regrettable situation. Upon learning of the incident, we immediately reached out to the customer to address their concerns and seek to fulfill their order to their satisfaction. We also launched an immediate internal review, and as a result, the associate involved is no longer with the organization. We are committed to reinforcing training with all team members to ensure our standards of respect, integrity, and customer service are upheld at every location. Our customers and communities deserve nothing less. And so I gotta, give them credit, but I'll say only partial credit because apparently, or at least it seems based on my interpretation of reading this, they only fired this chick, or I don't know, maybe this Zer, they, them, but they missed the other they, them. And what about the other person at the back, giving all those odd stares and disrespectful looks? I think the entire team should have been fired. They were all in on it very clearly.
You know what I wonder? If during their internal review that there was employees that weren't in this picture that were like, yeah, this has been a problem for a while. Hey, if you have a problem and you're not sure if Office Depot is going to be taking care of it, guess what? OSHA has a website for that. Go to Legal Mindset. He has the full thing. You can call them, you can email them, and it's completely anonymous. And guess what? You don't have to spend a dime on a lawsuit.
Clearly, what they were doing was obviously wrong, and not one of them stood up and did the right thing. Grounds for termination for all three, in my view. What they did was unprofessional, political, and frankly disgusting. But I guess we can't always expect perfection. At least they did what was right in essence, and so I'll give Office Depot credit. And now, of course, let's address the same talking point that comes up in all of these instances. Let's address the critics screaming about the woke right and cancel culture. My response to these people comes in a 4-letter abbreviation, STFU. What else needs to be said? Again, with these pathetic mischaracterizations and false equivalencies, as if what's happening here is in any way comparable to woke left cancel culture.
Because it's not. I mean, I know this is kind of the theme of tonight's stream, but it's not the same. When you dance on an innocent man's grave, it's not the same. When you are spreading lies about this, person that's in the grave, his body is still warm, his children are grieving, his wife is grieving, it's not the same. This isn't Hitler. This isn't a serial killer. This isn't a mass shooter by any means. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Sorry. We tolerated long enough. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Go fuck off.
Clearly, it's not the same thing. There's a massive difference between someone being fired for a dumb joke or not using the right pronoun versus employees acting in this despicable manner, refusing service for obvious, disgusting political reasons. One is petty tyranny, and the other is righteous accountability. From my perspective, this is simply you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Or as I said in the intro, it's the difference between injustice and justice. And speaking of justice, well, it's being served across the country, folks. It's not just these Office Depot clowns. It's not just the other people that we cover that are getting fired. Now, the FAFO has gone national, from coast to coast, even international. Take a look at this article from NBC News of all outlets. They're now reporting that teachers are getting terminated across the country for their response to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Quote, following the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk this week.
Oh, dude. This was insane. Did you guys not hear about this? So, oh man. So, before he gets into it, all these teachers, professors, people in our government are being exposed for posting online. What would you say if a teacher literally did this with children? Like actual kids in the classroom, and we're praising it. Oh wait, is this not the same one? Hold on. No. It's not the same one. I'm gonna try to find it. Give me 1 second, guys.
Educators across the country have found themselves facing swift termination or potential discipline after allegedly sharing opinions on social media about the killing. At least a dozen faculty and staff, from school board officials to classroom teachers, have been met with fallout over insensitive posts about Kirk's death. In at least 2 instances, universities fired staff members entirely for posts deemed inappropriate. Many other educators have been suspended or are under investigation, and the number is likely to grow as conservative online influencers are sharing screenshots. At East Tennessee State University, 2 faculty members have been placed on administrative leave pending further review. Complaints included Facebook comments where one of the faculty members allegedly said, "You reap what you sow," and another allegedly wrote, "This isn't a tragedy, it's a victory." Oh yeah, I wonder where all of this political violence and disgusting behavior is coming from again. The universities. And so again, this isn't cancel culture. This is accountability. This is righteous. These people are openly celebrating terrorism. They are disgusting, inhumane, violent.
Yeah. They are supporting terrorism. They absolutely are. This is domestic terrorism. I wonder where they got that idea. Clearly not Hassan Piker. That guy's never, ever called for political violence whatsoever. Oh, yeah. Okay, here it is. We'll finish this video, and I'm going to show you. This is messed up, so please stay tuned.
Relations against basic humanity and morality, and they deserve every little bit of this fallout coming their way. Of course, all of this continues to prove how heartless they are, how soulless these ghouls have become, how rotten their political culture and ideology has become. They now think celebrating murder is righteous activism. They think mocking a grieving family is justice. Well, here's the real justice. Losing your job, losing your credibility, losing everything because you thought that you could get away with it. Well, it's no longer 2016. The culture has clearly shifted, and now it's FAFO o'clock. And frankly,
FAFO o'clock. I fucking love that. FAFO o'clock. You actually want to know a really good one? like Charlie's chippers for wood chippers. Obviously, I don't want anyone to die, but it's very catchy.
I don't think this goes nearly far enough. No, the real justice is yet to be delivered. In my view, the only true justice would be the political left in America never winning another election again, until they seriously look inward and reckon with this terrorism problem that they've created that's become so pervasive in their own ranks. Until they clean house, until they start condemning and eradicating the culture of violence that they have built, they don't deserve power, they don't deserve influence, and they don't deserve a shred of our respect. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you.
You know, throughout, especially the last 20 years, when we look at presidential elections, the midterms usually don't go well for whoever is in power. So, for example, Barack Obama, had I believe he had the full Senate, the House of Representatives, and the presidency. And they, for some reason, couldn't get shit done. And I think right now, I mean, it's better. I think it should be, I think some things should be going faster. And I think this might be a lot of incentive for that to happen with the tragedy. But this might be the first time during a midterm where Democrats do not the other side. It actually doesn't matter. That's been going back and forth and yo-yoing for the longest time in American politics. I think this is going to be the first time where you're going to see it's going to be bad for the Democrats. After this, no one's going to forget. They're going to be like, oh, this is who you've been serving this entire time? These radicals the entire time? Fuck off. I honestly think that's going to happen. I think the midterms, they're just going to get pulverized at the voting booth. Absolutely polarized. Okay, now real quick, believe, I don't want to skip a video. Okay, right here. All right. This is insanity. This is from the New York Post. Teacher allegedly showed Charlie Kirk assassination video to 10 and 11-year-olds. So this is like 4th and 5th graders. Told students he deserved to be, for YouTube, deleted. Now, they go on. A public school teacher has been suspended. Suspended? Yeah. Like, I get it that you probably want to do your internal investigation before you fire them to, give the benefit of the doubt. But I have a feeling that they're going to be fired and never hired again. After allegedly showing the video of Charlie Kirk's assassination to students as young as 10 in his class. Oh my God, I thought this was going to be a woman. I really did think that, but one can always be surprised. Authorities in Canada. Oh, this is in Canada? Okay, so maybe a little bit different than what's down here, but not by much. Now, I want you to think about this before we go down here, before we go down this path. So we're at the moment now where these teachers, these quote unquote educators, are trying to push not only gender ideology, hiding, transitioning from parents,
But now just full blown showing a bloody, and if you haven't seen it, if you're squeamish, I mean, I know it's the internet and you can find it. If you're squeamish, it's bad. It's really bad. Like if you can't play a Resident Evil game without, feeling queasy and fainting, do not watch it. Okay? I'm just warning you ahead of time. Obviously, we're not going to show it here because it's brutal. But to show that to 10 and 11-year-olds, these people have no morals. They have no dignity whatsoever. And again, this is alleged, but this doesn't surprise me. This absolutely does not surprise me. This has been going on for too long. These teachers are inserting their political ideology to children's minds rather than teaching them how to color, how to do math, how to do their taxes, having basic fundamental skills for the real world. No, the message is what's the most important to them by any means necessary. By any means. Like, holy crap. Look, I remember in high school, because JFK was assassinated, I was 16 at the time when they wanted to show that in the classroom. We still had to get parental permission slips because that's technically man died. This is insane that this allegedly happened. But I'm sorry, I do 100% believe it because we've seen this over and over again on the trans thing. Send the asteroid. The teacher also suggested that Kirk deserved to be killed and gave young students a speech about anti-fascism and transgender issues, according to a report. Oh my God, before I even read it, I knew. I haven't read this yet, but I saw this being passed around on X. Holy shit. Several students from the class went home and complained to their parents, traumatized at witnessing an on-camera death, which they were forced people. They're forcing these ideas onto the children to witness numerous times over. She played it over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. See what I believe? See what I believe? See what I believe? Bring back asylums again. I swear to God. Look, I work in the behavioral industry, and I have worked with people that, just had autism and were treated differently at asylums, but this is different. Oh my God. I refuse to believe that you have a conscious brain or that it's even fully grown, if it's there at all. And I think that might... Nope. Okay, it's not the end. Parents subsequently reached out to school administrators who will be putting him on leave at the start of the school day, September 12th, 2025. God. I can't believe this. The source added, while playing this video repeatedly, he gave a speech to his students regarding anti-fascism, anti-trans, and how Charlie Kirk deserved for this to occur. A letter was sent home on Friday to all students affected by the showing of the video, calling the teacher's alleged behavior extremely troubling and completely disturbing. Now they know who they hired. Now they know what's coming out of these schools. For too long has the education system been allowing this, especially, since they've been regurgitating it through our, higher education from universities. This is what's been going on. It's sickening, it's disgusting, and it needs to change. FAFO, fire these motherfuckers. Get this ideology out. Out. Our tax dollars is well, this is Canada, but it goes, this story in particular, but it goes around the United States. It goes around Canada. Tax dollars are being spent on this. Tax dollars are being spent on this. Get them out. Get them out. I don't give a fuck anymore. Get them out.
And if people can't understand that, then I don't know what to do. Anyway, let me exit out of here. Okay. Oh, man, sorry. I have so many tabs open. My computer's starting to slow down, guys. So just give it a second. I'm going to try and try to minimize it here. All right, there's some... Okay, I'll go ahead and close that out because I know I can find it again. And I can close these out. It's probably not helping. All right, I'll close out as I go. $20 says this loser has tenure. For 10 and 11-year-olds for an elementary school. Remember, it's an elementary school. I'm going to actually go with no. I think that this is like a brand new teacher that's only been teaching for like 3 years or less. That's my guess. That's my guess. Okay. All right. Someone else got canceled. And sorry, sir, but Liberal Hive Mind, we're going to skip here to actually what happened.
Tough to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so just take a look.
Oh no, keep going. Do your song. Do your song. You're so brave.
I'm so beautiful.
You're so brave. She started saying...
First thing she does. And I'm sorry. Typical woman. There's my reflection, therefore I need to look at myself. If that sounds sexist, probably because it is, but it's also true.
Haha, your homie dead.
Yep, your homie dead.
Evil is real.
God, this guy knows. He just knows. He's like, she's about to fuck around and find out. And he's probably like not even a big time creator or anything. He's just like, yep, this is going to happen. And I'm not going to regret it. But that's the moment he realized. This is the time that she learned that she fucked up.
Real people, and it kind of looks like that. Why are you being so hateful?
Why are you so hateful? Why are you so hateful? Why are you so hateful? Yeah.
Hey, can somebody tell her to back up?
Can you not put the camera in my face?
I'm sitting here. You want to...
So he's recording. And she goes up with the camera. Like, because I'm assuming that she's recording. And then says, will you put that get that camera out of my face? You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
I'm not emotional, man. Don't tell me what I am and
We're getting into that, Cornholio.
what I'm not. You can get out of my face because I can tell you what you are, but you won't like it. I'm not being aggressive. My voice is very calm. You're calling me aggressive because I'm a black woman. You are, we're not.
Immediately. No, it's not what you say or do. It's clearly my race. Stop it. Stop it. I'm sorry. I'm a millennial. And literally anyone from the 90s knows that essentially our entire generation was like, hardcore, don't be racist. We're done. We're done. We're done with this gaslighting. No, consequences are a thing. You're either smart or you're not. You either put the work in or you don't. You either make good decisions or bad ones. Are there people that get fucked over for no reason? Does that happen? Yes, I'm not going to deny that. But I'm sorry. I'm talking in generalities. You want to make the exception universal. The exception is not universal. Stop it. All of you. Stop it.
Yeah, you know, I'd say the look on this guy's face as he's recording tells you pretty much everything that you need to know. I mean, what a yikes moment. And well, you can imagine how it went for this completely deranged nutcase individual. Didn't exactly go so well. I guess she forgot where she was. You're not in California, young lady. You're not on some woke campus where you get applauded for this kind of garbage. No, she was in Texas.
Texas, people. Texas. You know that term, you need to learn to read the room. Maybe before you go to the state, read up on it. And if you're living in it, maybe look around a little bit. So maybe, fuck around, find out.
And so you can imagine she fathoed as hard as you possibly could. Following her ridiculous behavior, she was arrested right on site, right on campus. Take a look.
You said if you remove consent after you've been removed, and the guy continues, it's a working violation.
And here's her mugshot. She was booked on charges of assault and cited. And then, of course, it gets even worse for this young lady, if you can even call her that, as now, according to Eric Doherty on X, we're getting reports that she was allegedly swiftly expelled from the university. Absolute frickin' faffo. 18 years old, acting like a complete lunatic, and boom, your life is ruined. And once again, leftoids, don't hit me with this cancel culture nonsense. This wasn't cancel culture. This was justice. This was fully deserved.
Though I am kind of... I haven't watched this entire video. I'm a little confused on the aggravated assault part. As far as I know, I didn't see her touch him. And maybe I missed that, guys. Maybe I missed that.
But of course, we're not exactly seeing eye to eye with the left. Leftoids all over social media are now rushing in to defend her. They're claiming that her emotional meltdown was actually justified because of what was supposedly said to, quote, set her off. She was rage baited.
For 300 years, they fought against my right cause.
I've yet to receive my reparations for slavery.
You don't deserve it.
No, yeah, they don't. No one does. You know what? And I bet you back then, there was a time for it. We missed it. All right? It was. And the thing is, we already have a history of giving out reparations. And that was after World War II, where we basically had all the Japanese encampments. I'm sorry, but what, for 40 years roughly, maybe longer, 50 years? Shit. What was it? Something action? God, I'm actually forgetting it. Affirmative action? There we go. So there's been a few generations of affirmative action. And honestly, in my opinion, affirmative action, when it was introduced, was a good thing. But it shouldn't have lasted this long. Should have been like 25 years tops. And then it's like, okay, things are better now. Like, no more. But nope. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's put it on the other foot for a second. How about the people that fought in the Civil War to try to end slavery in the United States? Where's those families' reparations that died? Yeah, let's play this game. Or wait, hold on. What about the 3,000 black slave owners that were in the South? You want to hunt down the, ancestors of the former, slave owners, and they're black? See if you just don't think, if only you thought just a layer or two deeper, how you can come to the realization that this is just dumb thinking. Because it is. That's absolutely what it fucking is.
You're talking about slavery. Africa still has 2 million slaves.
I mean, I know they're in Texas, but I bet you in Texas they were even having a hard time, like, speaking up against this. But again, no more. People aren't shutting the fuck up on things that are unreasonable. It just is.
Black Americans literally still struggle.
You woke up. Oh, you woke up. You ate
breakfast. And you're arguing with the woman. And you're arguing with the woman.
You're a free woman. No, because you're making an invalid point. It doesn't make any sense.
She was told that she didn't.
That's also a good one. My father is a felon. I'm not. Should I go to prison for his crime? Yeah. That's another one. My father owned debt. Should I be responsible for his debt? No. That makes no fucking sense. They made their own choices. That shouldn't come to me. That makes no sense. And another thing, every single race, every single one of them throughout the world has been subjected to slavery at some point. There is no question. Facts. It's right there. There's no denying that. And you want to know the worst one was? It was Korea. They are known historically, and you can even look this up on Wikipedia, for having the most brutal, largest slave operation in existence throughout human history. So shut the fuck up.
Deserve reparations. And her response was, these guys just called me the N-word. Completely frickin' insane. She was told calmly, well, I don't believe you deserve reparations. You never experienced slavery. And she started screaming, throwing a tantrum, and then went on to start mocking Charlie Kirk. These people are completely insane, folks. And what a case study this individual is. This emotional instability that's so extreme that one simple difference of opinion sends her flying off the rail. And then, of course, the disgusting multiple attempts to play the race card. It wasn't just her falsely claiming that that student had called her the N-word. It was also what you saw earlier, where people were telling her to stop acting so emotional, to calm down, and she spun it into some microaggression for her being a black woman. Stop telling me to calm down, you're only telling me that because I'm a black woman. No, lady, it had nothing to do with your skin color, and
it's because you were a nutcase. Like, Jesus, she could have said that, horrible thing and then walked away. And maybe this all wouldn't have happened. But no, she had to get agitated. She had to be the big, boss babe and go, no. I'm going to play my woman card. I'm going to play the black card. I'm going to play every card in the book and then lie about what they actually said. Unbelievable.
Everything to do with your behavior. You're jumping around and celebrating an innocent man's death. You're acting unhinged. Quote, yo homie dead. What is wrong with you? It's really a case study into the thinking of these leftists. And actually, here's the third example. I did some digging and found another angle in the full interaction.
Charlie Kirk said the emancipation of slaves shouldn't be celebrated. Yeah, because they're not black. You want a slave? So don't be.
So she said the emancipation. Hold on. So what did she say again? Hold on. Because that's ridiculous. I highly doubt that Charlie Kirk said this.
Charlie Kirk said the emancipation of slaves shouldn't be celebrated.
Oh. No, the emancipation of slaves should be celebrated. He just didn't agree for it to be a holiday. That's what Juneteenth is. Because one, we have enough fucking holidays already. And two, there's a whole Black History Month. Like, what? What are we doing? Which I think shouldn't exist anymore. It really shouldn't. You want to know why? Morgan Freeman, a great actor and great man, agrees. Why would you have a month for a specific race, a specific gender, a specific race, gender, nationality, like, unless it's your own? Like, I get it. We have Breast Cancer Awareness Month. You know what? Cool. I mean, is that essentially majority so that people can sell their products and good advertising? Yes, but it's a good cause. Don't really care. And yes, let's be honest. Juneteenth is a dumb fucking name for it. I don't know who came up with it, but they even tried to combine an entire month into a day. So fucking stupid.
You're not black, you want a slave, so don't be.
Yeah, treat people well. She clearly ain't doing that. Martin Luther King Jr. said, not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. And the first thing she did was saying that they believed the things that they believed because of the color of their skin, and that they were treating her the way that she was because of the color of her skin. Didn't even listen to him. didn't even hear the words that they said. Made up words, a matter of fact. So fucking stupid. You can't... God, sometimes you just can't fix stupid.
This is all my sign says.
I don't care about a white man. They care about me. Obviously, I can stay here if I want to, and they will.
She's basically making the argument that Charlie...
Apparently, she can read thoughts. I didn't know that, you know, we were propagating that existence now. Huh. It's like assumptions make an ass of you and me. Who would have thought?
Kirk disagreed with Juneteenth being a federal holiday, and that, I guess, means he deserves to be murdered? And then immediately, she escalates that to Charlie Kirk apparently being pro-slavery and wanted to bring slavery back because he didn't like the idea of an extra federal holiday. I mean, just insane. These people are unbelievable. The racial grievance narratives, the emotional instability. You know, I just don't get what motivates these people. I don't understand how you can come into a space where others are simply memorializing a man who was killed, and instead of showing an ounce of humanity, even if you disagree, you jump in and try to make the whole thing about yourself. You put on this pathetic performance, these disgusting emotional gimmicks, and then expect sympathy. These people are filled with hate, and you know, isn't that ironic? That's the deepest level of hypocrisy here. The left is constantly lecturing us about hate. Charlie Kirk was murdered because he was spewing hate. That's basically what they've been saying. They're constantly talking about hate speech, yada yada yada. But as they're virtue signaling, let's just ask the question, what is more hateful than celebrating the death of an innocent person? What is more hateful than shooting someone down simply because of their political views? That's the hate. And it's not a one-off. It's not just a couple people. It's pervasive. It's everywhere. It's happening.
I'm not going to say who it is because I actually might make a video about it, but there is an individual who literally, that I think a lot of people here know, that was like, why are people comparing them to Martin Luther King Jr.? Because he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't hurt anybody. He just was trying to make America a better place. It's like, yeah, that's it. And he was murdered for it. Not a lot. That doesn't happen a lot. Even here in the United States. At least, like, you have to be a really prominent person in order to get the Medal of Freedom. I mean, there's talks of him getting a holiday. And guess what? I support that. The man was up for debate. Exchanging ideas. Finding solutions. Yes, you can call him a right-wing activist, but he was trying to do it the American way, with words and the exchange of ideas. I mean, what's the difference? Not skin color, but action.
Happening all over social media, all over left-wing circles and universities. I mean, I got endless clips I could play for you. I mean, here's another one.
So this woman over here said, yo, homie, he dead. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Why do you support the public execution of Charlie Kirk?
Because he's a terrible person. He deserves to die.
That's awesome. Well, thank you very much, ma'am.
He was a terrible person and deserved to die. I bet you anything that they had not seen one video. I bet you anything. Just because, I bet you anything, just because he was white and right wing. That's it. I bet you that's the only thing they know. And any of they did see a video, did not see the complete context. I bet you they saw videos that, or they were just too stupid to understand. And I'm not saying that because he's black. This is universal. Like, Jesus Christ. You want to know what's hurting this country? Liberal white women. That's my personal belief. Liberal white women are the ones that are ruining this country.
About the fact that a man who dedicated his life to free speech decided, somebody decided to take his life, assassinate him. If it was somebody who's an active 30 out stick, yeah.
Just vile people, and I don't know how many times I need to condemn this to highlight it, to show it for what it is. You know, what else can I say? I don't want to sound repetitive. Well, I guess there's one thing that I can repeat. Once again, I just hope people are paying attention. I hope people are seeing clearly, because at the end of the day, there is a choice that is being presented in front of you. Do you...
Consequences don't see color. That's what's up.
Really want to share space with these hateful, violent, deranged people? Or do you want to stand with those who value life, decency, and truth? That is the decision at hand here. That is the turning point. It's time to make a decision. It's time to pick a side. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching.
All right. That was the Liberal Hive Mind. Again, I will share his YouTube channel with the chat. Please give him a subscribe. Now, we're going to get into the fuck around and find out portion.
That it was real.
So this is Representative Marionette Miller Meeks, U.S. Congresswoman of Iowa. Now, again, I don't think that this person's being unreasonable. I understand where they're coming from. But from what we've seen already so far, they're trying to be nice. I understand trying to be nice. We're going to be kind. Because sometimes kindness is learning the hard way.
And when found out that it was real and hadn't seen anything come out from the school.
Let me see.
Who's not a flamethrower.
Hold on.
I try to stop those policies and positions may lead to our country or their effect upon our country, but I try to stay away from a personal attack, and I think it would behoove all of us. And it's why I had to respond as a member of Congress when I was alerted by someone who's not a flamethrower, who's not bombastic. They're just a reasonable person who called me or contacted me about a posting by one of the school teachers at a high school. And I first had to verify that it was real, that it wasn't Photoshopped, that it wasn't AI manipulated. And when found out that it was real and hadn't seen anything come out from the school district, made a very simple post that I thought that it was disturbing content, and that for those who educate children, that I was very concerned about that type of content being posted. Fully support individuals' free speech rights, but I think that that there are certain groups of people that bear a greater responsibility and a greater standard in conduct than other individuals.
If you are an educator, you need to put your bias aside. I remember being in AP Gov, and I remember my my government teacher open to ideas everywhere. He treated his student, and he was a Democrat. He treated his students with respect and an understanding on how government worked. And he let processes play out. We did mock debates. We did mock Supreme Courts based on real cases. I think he only gave his opinion once because the decision was so egregious, but he let it go through. He let the Supreme Court decide what they decided. The mock Supreme Court, he's like, okay, if you guys want to do this, it ain't going to work well for you, but all right.
And so, and that I put out that I was going to talk to the superintendent of the school, and the principal did not ask.
This is a woman. Is the teacher man or woman? I don't know. They do not reveal that in this video.
For this person to be terminated, did not ask for them to be doxxed or anything like that. Simply wanted people to know that it was being addressed. Bring down the temperature. Don't go out in an outrage and try to do something in the school system, but, let the process work. The process worked.
We've been following the process for 20 years. Look where it got us. I respect what she's saying, and I do understand it. But the way that I'm seeing it, I'm sorry. At least the last 20 years. We're done. It's fuck around or find out time. We're done. No ifs, ands, or buts. We're done. And if people feel the way you do, awesome. That's great. But I'm sorry, your policies have failed. The education system has failed. They let these psychopaths teach our children and indoctrinate them with an ideology that has no morals, that celebrates death on innocent people. We're done. They support terrorists. We're done. We're done. So stop coming to us being like, hey, you know what? Maybe we should be a little nicer. No. We're done. Stop it. I guarantee you that there are teachers that are being got rid of that parents have been trying to address for years. And because they opened their fucking mouth on social media celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, that they're finally gone. I guarantee that is happening throughout the United States. And I'm not talking about higher education, which, yes, I'm so glad they're getting fired. But I hate when they do this to underage kids. It's so fucking... The people got together and we decided no more. We're going to face reality. We're going to live up to our American and moral values. And we're going to do it in the kindest way possible. Get the fuck out. And if you're so higher educated, maybe you'll learn from it.
And the individual has been terminated. And I'm not happy about anybody losing their job, but I just think that we need to be mindful that with the internet, with social media, that people somehow feel that they can let their innermost thoughts be conveyed, but there are no consequences.
Innermost thoughts? Really? One side has been doing that for a while. Like, I know you're a politician and you're trying to be nice about it, but nice is over. And we will kindly let you know how we feel by handing out consequences.
To that, once you convey those innermost thoughts and you're in an insular community or an echo chamber, sometimes people then act upon that.
No way. No way. Tell me more.
And you feel this support of other individuals, but it also gives other people in the public the right to react to your conduct and your behavior. So that wasn't true prior to the internet and social media.
She's absolutely right. But the left has had a hold on social media for a while. And it wasn't till recently till everybody got to speak. Not just one side, not just a psychopathic ideology side. And yeah, do I think it is a minority? Yeah. But it's a powerful minority, and there's a lot more than we think there is. Because they have infiltrated every single aspect of American society that we hold value to and dismantled them from the inside to something that we don't even recognize anymore. Done. Anyway. Hope you're enjoying the stream, and like and subscribe on our way up to 2,700 subscribers, and we are moving on. All right. I don't know why I'm on here. Did this guy post something I agreed with or something? Let's see. And come on, I had to have saved this tab for a reason. I guess not. Okay. This is kind of a big boy, but we'll get through it. Now, if you don't know who Shoe on Head is, she's a content creator who criticizes the left a lot, as much as she has said that, that she considers herself a progressive left. It's kind of interesting because she has amazing videos that basically calls out the left, and she was maintaining her position. Oh, okay. Over on Kick. Thanks for the... We got a follow from @Hassan... Jack and Daxter's off to Asmongold. Oh, man. That's awesome. Thank you for the follow over on Kick. That's an amazing name. Never change it. Ever. That is amazing. Okay, so Shuan Head, anyway, has basically considered herself like kind of a middle of the round progressive leftist, but that does a really good job calling out the issues with society, what's going on with women, what's going on with men. She's done a really good job with that. And it is kind of surprising, as kind and reasonable as she is, that she kind of hasn't, like, kind of moved away from the Democratic Party, like kept the beliefs, but moved away from the Democratic Party. And this is what she says. Now, this went viral and has gone everywhere. There's people criticizing her, there's people praising her, but we're going to go over it. These last 2 weeks have completely black-pilled me on the left. Even after 10 years of covering their antics, woke slop, etc., I am not leaving the left, quote unquote. I still have all my economic left positions. I am still quintessentially a 2015 Bernie bro, a Huey Long disciple for strong social safety nets, workers' rights, etc., that hasn't changed and only has gotten stronger with time. And she has a right to believe that. I think Bernie, even though there's things I disagree with him on, and some things that are kind of hypocritical, let's be honest, I think overall he is a decent man and definitely stands on what he believes in. And he had a banger video about Charlie Kirk's assassination, which I highly suggest you check out. We're not checking that out today, but that's my feelings on Bernie. I side with him on things like Israel and war in general, but is that even what the left is nowadays? I don't know. Looking around socially, personally, on a human level, if this is what the left is, I am not the left. For the first time in a decade, I truly do not want to be grouped with these people. And we're seeing this all across the internet. It is now very clear we live in a completely different realities, different morals. Yeah. People have been saying this forever. She's been saying this forever. But I think we hit this moment in time where we're seeing these, not just left-wing judges, a magistrate judge release this individual 14 times and killed that Ukrainian bitch. And then we saw, sorry, I shouldn't have called her a bitch. That Ukrainian girl, I'm just a little upset. Sorry. Sorry, got a little passionate there. Got too passionate. That Ukrainian girl who did nothing wrong. All she was doing was coming home from work, getting on the train, scrolling on her phone. And some dude just comes in, stabs her, walks away, and then brags on his way out, I got that white girl. And then there's Charlie Kirk's assassination. Which mental image? From the insane, bizarre reaction to the murder of an innocent woman on a train, reflectively getting madder about people being mad about it than the actual murder. Dismissing people's very real concerns about a dying, decaying society to, well, that's just living in a city, chud. Car accidents are more common. To celebrating the gruesome murder of a husband, father, just a guy, not a politician, not a CEO, a frickin' guy. For having normie-con campus conservative coworker politics. And guess what, guys? I mean, if you're on the left and you hate him, like, that's your right to. I get it. If you disagreed with him, that's your right to. But if you haven't been paying attention, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, Charlie Kirk would be a moderate Democrat. Maybe plus or minus a few things. That's how far removed we've gotten just in reality and politically. That when I say that the left, that I didn't lead the left left me, that's where it's come to. And if you weren't around for the last 20, 25 years, or you haven't been an adult during that time, or at least a teenager, rude awakening. That's how far this has gone. for having normicon campus conservative politics for a crime not for the crime of not being liberal. Yeah, you know what? I think I completely I never thought about it that way. Well, wait, I'd said that like 10 minutes ago. They hated him because he was white and was right wing. That's it. But I think the bigger crime, I think this is more accurate. It's not that he was right wing, it's that he was not liberal. Not believing in the current thing. And you know what? That's God, man, shoe on head just always nails on it. Should be nail on head. I think the left side of politics is into trends to their own detriment. What's the new thing? Trans thing. How far are we going to push it? All the way till the end until we actually get it. Well, then you ask the question, hey, maybe this is going a little far. No. We're going to keep going until we get what we want. Well, what do you want? Well, it's this. Okay, you got it. Well, now it's this. But that's a little unreasonable, but here you go. Oh, no. Now we want kids to get surgeries. Shut the fuck up. Tolerant left. Tolerant my ass. It's not the progressive left. It's the pushy left. And they've pushed it over the edge. It is clear how they reacted about Charlie is how they would react about me, my friends, my family, any of you, your friends, your family, that you have ever stepped out of line of the nebulous, ever-changing definition of progressive. You know what? Let's change progressive to pushy. They're the pushy party. That's all they are. They push it to the extreme, no matter what the cost. Anyone who's ever been called a Nazi for the stupidest shit in the last 10 years, Charlie was staunchly right-wing, but remember, none of you are pure enough. Many things have made me feel this way over the years. DNC fucking Bernie twice, which did happen. Absolutely. Bernie got fucked over twice. COVID lockdowns, trucker protests, being lied to about Kyle Rittenhouse and believing it like a moron. Drag kid shit. Yep, fuck. There's so much shit these people do. I've even forgotten about the drag queens at the fucking, elementary schools and the kids being handed dollar bills to give to them and put it in their panties. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Being gaslit with Balenciaga drama? I don't know what this is. Balenciaga drama. Maybe it's something big that I missed. Realizing adults should be able to do whatever they want is becoming a fascist belief. But the bike Karen line, oh my God. Remember the fucking the pregnant nurse, I believe is in New York, who had rented a bike and this fucking guy just comes in and takes it. And all of a sudden it was racism. God, there's so many of these people that are like, oh, you're jumping to fucking conclusions that, they were left wing. Like, Jesus Christ, you jumped to a conclusion that this white lady was a Karen. She got off like a fucking long shift, rented a bike, and this guy clearly was stealing it. I'm sorry. The empathy has run its course. How they wanted Daniel Penny's head for doing the exact community policing they talked about wanting. I can go on, but this week in particular has been eye-opening. Posting videos and pictures of Charlie's wife and young kids will not move them because they cannot relate and never will. Now that's a definitive statement. They're not. This is why the fuck around find out movement is happening. Maybe you'll learn now. Maybe now you'll learn. Now, and if they don't, I don't know. Not much we can do, man. Not much we can do. They are atomized bug people who hate their families and themselves. The unfortunate product of modern society. They are miserable human beings, and I owe many people many apologies for ever thinking otherwise. Maybe I will calm down, but I couldn't sleep. But I am absolutely demoralized and blackpilled beyond belief. I do not want my children. I want my child. That's right. She's a mom now. Growing up in a world like this. Sick, evil shit. Oh my God. You know what? Cornholio continuing to be based right now. Beer's not strong enough. I got whiskey. But God, yeah, the cat litter in schools, and then they were telling us that it didn't exist when it clearly was existing, letting kids identify as animals and believing them, going along with it. I'm sorry, that's enabling mental illness. That's enabling bad behavior. That's enabling a trend. Oh my God, I've said like 4 different things what it's enabling. And it's either one thing or it can be all of the above. But you know what's but you know what's not wrong? Getting rid of this ideology, or at least pushing it at bay, at least pushing back for once, like in a very, very humane way. No more. You have no job now. You've revealed yourself. You've revealed exactly who you are. Get the fuck out. Get out of our schools. Get out of our entertainment. Let's see. Anyone I know here? Let's see. Some dude says, if you call yourself a leftist, you can get away with embracing non-socialist economic positions and won't be kicked out by the club by peers. You can not get away with not affirming black worship, trannyism, and replacement migration. Therefore, this is what leftism is. And you know what? God, you know what? Even though I just call them pushy, it's not them that progresses. It's their goalpost. It just keeps moving. It might be moving forward, but it's doing this. It's a dangly line that's just continuing moving forward. Nope, we're going to go back on this. We're going to go back up, and then we're going to do this. Because they say it's not this, like that's how they push down on you. That's how they go, oh, no, you should be accepted like that. It's not going to affect you. It's not going to affect your children. Like they stop for a second. Like, oh, wait, they're about to find out what we're really up to. About to find out how weird this fucking is. Okay, we convinced them. Keep going. Like, that's what they fucking do. That's what they do. That's how I was convinced. Like, hey, you know, this kind of trans shit's a little weird. And this is back in 2012. Like, I met this dude outside of a bar. He was wearing a dress. He's like, you know what? I just feel free. I'm like, you know what? Good for you, man. You know, whatever, you know, makes it comfortable. You think the thing I was thinking of, like, oh, yeah, you know, hopefully, you know, this 2011, hopefully in 15 years from now, God, it was less there, but hopefully in 15 years from now, you know, this will happen to children and their junk's going to get cut off. No one was fucking thinking that. I certainly wasn't, but here we are. In clown world. And you know what? It's time to clear the makeup off, because I don't want to live in a country that's one of the most powerful nations in the world, have this clown makeup on with the rest of the world. Jesus Christ. I think partial stuff that's going on in the UK is because of this fucking left-wing shit that we've done here in the United States. We couldn't keep this under fucking control. This is fucking ridiculous. Everyone knows it, but it just is. It's just fucking ridiculous. Hassan Jacksonov, I have to say it weird because I don't want YouTube to ding me here. To Asmongold, one thing, okay, let's bring you up. One thing I wanted to ask, and not to scare anyone or anything, but in all seriousness, do you think they will go after other speakers like Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro next? Well, according to the FBI, copycats usually happen within the first 13 days. So it looks like at least for the next few weeks, they will be on watch, and then that dies down. But I think they're gonna... Okay, this is what I say all the time. Just like a person, when an ideology is drowning and they know they're losing, it's gonna fight to the death to at least get one last breath. But yeah, I really hope the people of the Daily Wire really buff up security, because Ben Shapiro is going to be doing college tours. He ain't backing down. I don't know about Matt Walsh, but I know he's someone that's very strong in his beliefs. I don't see him backing down. But one thing's for certain, security teams are going to be met before anything happens. And I don't think this is going to be something to be concerned with for a few weeks. I think this is going to be a concern for the next few months, if not a year. But yeah, that's a good question, though. And you're kind of saying what everyone's thinking to a certain extent. I know you kind of came late in the chat, but I was saying earlier, I'm a small creator. But I'm associated with very popular creators, like 100K plus views, or 100K plus subscriber count. When is it going to be me just because of my association with people? When is it going to be me? When is it going to be one of my colleagues? I mean, we're not Matt Walsh. We're not Charlie Kirk. We're not Ben Shapiro. We're not David Rubin. But my question is that because their security goes up so much, will they come after the smaller creators? Because we don't have that kind of money. Not even a little. And fuck, I don't even have a car. I ride my bike to work. I don't even have metal. But yeah. The shit's insane. And I never thought that I would be feeling this way of just like, you know what, fuck all, like burn it all down kind of mentality, but that's where I'm at right now. No one asked for this. It was forced upon. So fuck around and find out. Anyway, moving on. So so this is the fuck around and find out portion through X. Meet Steffi Casimir. She's a doctor in training at Samuel Merritt U. She's currently a social media manager for Hilton Hotels. She thought hiding her info would help. Too bad. Does her beliefs align with you, Samuel Merritt U, Hilton Hotels? We need to know. Receipts below. And I'm going to start this from the beginning. You really cutting people off for posting RIP Charlie Kirk? So she already knew that people were getting fired. And this is her response. This is how unabrased these people are. They don't even see a pattern. Huh. That person's getting consequences, but can't be me. The fucking narcissism. The fucking narcissism. But watch what she does. Sorry, copyright, so I gotta be careful. But essentially, the background is saying yes, 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 yes. Yeah. Continuing forward, and you, my daddy says, Doctor, you're fired. Next up, and hopefully my RAM isn't going to kill me. All right. You're fired ass. Breaking. Mark Civic was fired and removed from all positions as the Las Vegas Realtors Board of Directors after celebrating Charlie Kirk's passing. Look, and I know that I don't think that this is Tucker Carlson's like real thing here. But let's see here. Let's see if we have receipts. Okay, I don't know a lot about this guy, but if it happened, fuck him. Like, this is how fast we're going through these. Oh, here we go. Let's get a compilation here. All right. Okay, why aren't you pausing? Hold on, guys. Okay, I want to. So this is actually a troll account. This guy's trolling. He actually didn't. I believe this is one of the guys who's just trolling. He didn't lose his job or anything. He's just trying to be funny. So this is one of the exceptions. I'm not on TikTok a lot, so if it was in their description on their originals, I do apologize. But if they're trolling, I know that they'll be humorous that I fell for it because It's all over the country right now.
So y'all got me fired from my job.
You're fired! Get out! You're fired!
So I lost my job.
You're fired! Get out! You're fired!
Fired from my fucking job!
Okay, this is another one. So this one actually isn't a troll or a parody. This is from I think it's like Sam Hyde's show Fish Tank, I think. At least from what I was looking at. So I believe that this is also a troll. So not a troll, but misinformation that's been spread around. At least from what I've been told. Some of it from personal people that I know who've looked into this, and community notes has been really helpful too.
You're fired! Get out! You're fired!
So I was just
I can confirm that this one is real.
fired from my job.
You're fired! Get out! You're fired!
God damn it. The one thing about like TikTok that they're able to use all this copywritten music, and YouTube is God, their copyright systems is really good, but it's also really broken. Let's just say that. When you get fired because you went viral on TikTok. Okay. And God, a Queen song, like right off the bat. So let's read this. Breaking. Assistant Dean of Students at MTSU has been fired effective immediately following vile comments celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. Good. Good for you. Good for you. You can take the day off. I hope you love unemployment.
Meet Haley Curdell, a 911 dispatcher from Nashville, Tennessee.
You're fired! Get out! You're fired!
Who's this? The Carolina Panthers have fired football player, communications coordinator Charlie Rock after he made insensitive posts on social media regarding the death of political commentator Charlie Kirk. Rock shared a photo of Kirk on his Instagram story with the caption, "Why y'all sad? Your man said it was worth it." Let's make something very clear. Yes. Did Charlie say that if a few deaths here in the United States, isn't going to be a microcosm to protect our Second Amendment right? Yes, he did. And I'm paraphrasing there. But that wasn't him saying that innocent gun deaths are permissible. He wasn't saying that whatsoever. He wasn't a man of needless violence. He said that he was simply stating that it is going to be a natural microcosm to having the Second Amendment. And even in his death, laying his grave, and according to his beliefs up in heaven, he'd say it again. And he wouldn't want the Second Amendment to be fringed just because of his death. Absolutely not. It's a man lived by his beliefs and died by them.
You're fired! Get out! You're fired!
All right. Moving on. And by the way, if you're in the chat right now, I know some of it. I'm new to YouTube Shorts and streaming live here. Don't hesitate to like and subscribe. On my way to 2,700 subscribers, so I really do appreciate it. Robbie Starbuck. So Robbie Starbuck, if you don't know who he is, he's the one that made the documentary The War on Children. Elon Musk posted that to his Blue Sky for a full day for free, and everyone got to watch it. And if there was a part 2 to Matt Walsh's What is a Woman, The War on Children is essentially its spiritual sequel. It's incredibly eye-opening because Matt Walsh was going on the ideology, like kind of in a broad spectrum, and it was still really good. But Robbie and his wife and their team basically went a step further and focused on what this is doing to kids. So he says a Blue Sky account matching the name and photo of UCLA's director of race and equity wrote these comments about Charlie Kirk today. UCLA must investigate. If it's him, they must fire him. Again, he says, if it's him. Also, does the UCLA receive federal funds? Why do they have a director of race and equity? Actually, that's true, and I think this is what they did. And a lot of people have talked about this in especially the first 6 months of we're at 6 months. No, we're oh my god, it's September 9 months of Trump's presidency. And at some point, it's like no, this DEI shit is done. And what they do is that they just change the name. Or it's like, well, it's not DEI, it's race and equity. And, it has the equity part in it, but that's, it's different. I mean, for all I know, they've had this name the entire time and just skated away with it, but whatever. So here we go. Jay Perk. It is okay to be happy when someone who hated you and called your people's death dies, even if they are murdered. Charlie Kirk never said that. These people are literally making shit up. They're indoctrinated and in the club so intrinsically that they just have believed anything that's been told them. I can be wrong. Chat, if I say something wrong that is factually incorrect, please let me know. I would like to know. I would like to know if I say something wrong that's factually incorrect. But I'm sorry, this is not factually correct. Oh, God. He was their Rush Limbaugh's replacement. Weirdly enough, I didn't listen to Rush Limbaugh at all. I really didn't know until he was to like the last years of his life. So I always just viewed him as kind of just a right-wing commentator. Didn't really, watch his stuff. So moving on. Breaking from Libs of TikTok. Michael Rex, a queer theory professor. Is anybody surprised? Cumberland University has been fired after he posted vile messages celebrating Charlie's murder. Fuck around, find out. And coming from Cumberland University, we are committed to fostering an environment where learning, growth, and personal development can flourish free from disruption or concern. After a thorough and thoughtful review process, I would like to confirm that a member of our faculty, Dr. Michael Rex, and a member of our staff, Mr. Max Wood, both who made inappropriate comments on the internet related to the tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, are no longer employed at the university. And I laugh. I laugh so hard. Get bent. This decision was not made lightly. We understand the importance and impact of this action, and we want to emphasize that we conducted a comprehensive investigation prior to making our decision. We remain steadfast to our mission to promote higher education, nurture academic excellence, and support a safe and inclusive learning environment for all. Let's be honest. You actually looked through what they said on social media, and you're like, oh, this is worse than I thought. I bet you anything that's what happened. Allegedly. Breaking, Delta Airlines has suspended the employees in question who celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. It's time to fire them. These people were piloting our planes. Who says that if Charlie Kirk was on their plane that they'd be like, I gotta make a statement? Hey, Hungry Slug, sorry, didn't mean to ignore you there. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. A note from Ed, representing Delta's values. No one better connects to the world isn't just a catchphrase, it's our mission. For 100 years, Delta people have been known for our spirit of service, making the world better one customer at a time. Whether we're in uniform and on the clock, online, or out in public, our colleagues, customers, and communities expect us to reflect Delta's values, integrity, care, and servant leadership that we hold dear. This week, we were made aware of our Delta employees whose social media content related to the recent murder of activist Charlie Kirk went well beyond healthy, respectful debate. No shit. These social posts stand in stark contrast to our values and our social media policy, and these employees have been suspended pending an investigation. Violations of our social... This week, we were made aware... including termination. Remember that we all represent Delta at all times in any forum. It's essential that we act in ways that uphold our shared values and the human connection that defines us. Thank you for all you do every day to take care of the customers and each other. Ed. Strong name, Ed. Thank you, thank you. Moving on. And again, don't forget to like and subscribe. And I'm on my way to 2,700 subscribers. So I really do appreciate that. And I hope that you guys are having a fantastic day. Thank you so much for enjoying the stream. Okay. Hold on. I'm just checking up on something real quick. All right. We did get a few subscribers. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Out of the, 70s and into the 80s. I love to see it. Love to see it. Thank you guys. Hi, Slug. Don't forget the TMZ lives. Hey, Halo Quail, what's going on? What do you mean? What do you mean you're tired? Are you just tired? Are you calling me boring? Halo Quail. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to cover it, but let me see what else I got. So we got a bunch of canceled people. We're just going to, people are getting canceled and fired. I love it. But now we're actually going to get to JD Vance. And he hosted the Charlie Kirk show today. And I was really impressed with what he said. Because I think hopefully this will get through to people what's going on, like the normies, not the people that are indoctrinated to their psychotic beliefs, thinking what people were doing was okay. And I'm not gonna lie, man. Usually when we have vice presidents, they're like not just second fiddle, they're like all the way in the back and no one pays attention to them. JD Vance has been an incredible voice for the United States. And it will not surprise me if after Trump's term here that he runs and just fucking crushes it in the next presidential cycle. But this is JD Vance, and this was his closing statements on the Charlie Kirk show on their podcast.
There is no unity with people who scream at children over their... There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie Kirk said in order to excuse his murder. There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree. Did you know?
It's not even about our First Amendment speech anymore. That's why you see a bunch of people leaving the Democratic Party. I don't think it's for policies. I think it's for morality. I think they morally can't take it anymore. Or they just learned. I think there's this group of normies, like there's two groups, and I know I'm simplifying a bit, but I hope you know what I'm talking about. There's these two groups of normies that are in the Democratic Party. One that are normies did not know what was going on, and the other normies that knew what was going on but didn't know it was that bad. Sorry, there's a third normie. The third normie are the people that want to rebuild the Democratic Party and make them reasonable again. But I'm going to focus on the ones that are the normies that didn't know. No, not the ones who didn't know, because I understand that. Like if you're Democrat and on the left and you really weren't paying attention and you were just somewhat progressive, like, hey, some people need help every once in a while, then I completely understand that. It's the people that knew what was going on and didn't understand how big it was. Because I think they knew. I absolutely think they knew. I mean, Jesus Christ, for at least for me, the last 4 or 5 years, I've been trying to tell people, like, look, this is kind of insane. Like, I don't think I can associate with it. And this was 4 or 5 years ago for me. Like, this is insane. I don't think we should be going this direction. Like, I was learning how bad this is getting. Learning about feminism, but I was only looking at the feminism. I really wasn't looking at like leftism, all that. I'm like, look, maybe feminism's getting a little out of hand here. But then I watched Matt Walsh's documentary, What is a Woman? And then the thing that really got me, like, because I was surprised. Like, I had no idea that this was going on with kids and all that. But I remember distinctly, and this was on Facebook, that I did this meme of kind of how, I forget what it was, but you guys remember the video that went viral, that if you could choose, if you appeared in the woods, who would you rather be with, a man or a bear? And she chose the bear, which is logically so fucking dumb. So I posted that on Facebook, and I had people that I've known my entire, like, at least since I was in high school, just telling me that I didn't get it. And look, at least in my mind, I was making incredibly rational, like, arguments here. Like, but they kept saying that I supported, that kind of assault. They were calling me a rapist apologizer. Like, I'm like, no, that's not. Like, they just made shit up. They made shit up, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Because, and I made this argument with them. Every day, men and women walk past hundreds, and depending on the city, thousands of men every day. And nothing's happening to them. Yes, do some things happen? I'm not denying that. Ever. But they're treating it as if it happens everywhere. So I was trying to do this thought experiment, be like, what if it was a woman and 10,000 bears? That changes it a little bit, don't you think? And they wouldn't budge. Like, not even a little bit. I was called this woman-hating misogynist. I'm like, no, there's like this is getting too far. Anyway. Sorry. Okay, Cornholio, I'll fix Streamlabs at some point. All right? I will. I promise. Maybe after this stream. All right, let's finish off JD Vance's thoughts.
That the George Soros Open Society Foundation and the Ford Foundation, the groups who funded that disgusting article justifying Charlie's death, do you know they benefit from generous tax treatment? They are literally subsidized by you and me, the American taxpayer, and how do they reward us?
Can you imagine our tax money essentially funding the people destroying this country? Oh, wait, wasn't that USAID? But apparently George Soros gets tax breaks for it. How many more? This is like the fuck around, find out moment. Like, I know we haven't talked about Doge in a little while and like the things that they're working on, but man, Doge, if you are listening, turn it up. Not infinity, because, we don't want to go overboard on shit. Turn it up tenfold. I don't give a shit. Get this ideology out. Stop funding it. Let's have our money go to productive things.
By setting fire to the house built by the American family over 250 years. I'm desperate for our country to be united in condemnation of the actions and the ideas that killed my friend. I want it so badly that I will tell you a difficult truth. We can only have it with people who acknowledge that political violence is unacceptable, and when we work to dismantle the institutions that promote violence and terrorism in our own country.
You know, I hate to go back to 2001, but I'm sorry, but we don't negotiate with terrorists. I say that with 10 toes down. I didn't share
There
this.
is no unity.
Okay, let me go through. Okay, so we're going to be moving a little bit to what's going on in the UK. Because, I want to let you guys know that the stuff in the UK, the marches were already planned. And I can only imagine, because it was still going to be big. Like, million people, but I can only imagine the hundreds of thousands of people that were like, okay, we're done when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. I can only imagine how many were like, okay, that's it. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, yeah. Cornholio, since we're about to talk about the UK, when I was a kid, my mom spent 6 months in prison for not paying the TV license. Wait, that was back in... That had to be like 15, 20 years ago, if not longer. They were doing this before? And by the way, if you guys don't know, and Cornholio could probably explain this a little better than I can because I don't live in the UK. So a TV license is essentially a tax on the UK citizens for public broadcasting. Yeah, 1970s. Holy shit. Even longer ago? Fuck, dude. They were doing this that long ago? For a TV license, really? Okay. So essentially, the BBC is funded by that TV license, amongst other things. But the biggest one is the TV license. And it's kind of like what we used to have here for PBS. Back then, I don't know about the UK, but at least back here in the United States, PBS was Sesame Street. And they even still did fundraisers. But Sesame Street, wow. Roger's Neighborhood, Arthur, like really good kids shows. And every once in a while, they, try to hold some fundraising because things were just getting a little expensive that the government wasn't able to do, and that was more than fine. But kind of like PBS, the BBC has just become a fucking destroyer of the nation, of their nation. I mean, at least here in the United States, I mean, our taxes are just our taxes. There isn't a separate license fee. I didn't even know till about a year or two ago that was a thing. Like, why would that be a separate thing? Like, why don't you just combine it just so that you can lie to the general public of, where it's going? But essentially, the BBC, at least in my humble opinion, it's just a propaganda piece for the government. That's all it is now. I mean, look at what they did to Doctor Who. Trying to force down trans ideology, ruining exactly who the Doctor was by making him this flamboyant crybaby. When the Doctor cries, it's for an actual good and real reason. It's not when his one heart is broken, it's when both of them are. And they destroyed that. They couldn't even give the UK that. An institution, a franchise, gone. Obliterated for its own fucking hubris. Halo Quail comes up and says, I told my groups when Kirk died, Ben Shapiro would either try to buy the company or try to claim his position. I was laughing when news came out that Shapiro vowed to pick his mic up. Yeah, well, the thing is, Ben Shapiro was already going to be doing these college campus tours. Ben Shapiro, like, even though him and Charlie didn't agree on everything, they, debated a bunch. They were friends. And everything that Ben Shapiro said was straight on point, and I don't think he's being disingenuous. I think a lot of the right-wing pundits that we see through the Daily Wire, Patrick Bet David at Valuetainment, I think they all felt this. I think they really did take this personally, and I don't. For them, I don't think it's about gaining more market share. That's just what's naturally going to happen. I mean, how many donations have been going through Turning Point USA since his death? How much money has been raised for Erica Kirk and her 2 children? No one gives a fuck. I think, we talk about how the left and they have the message. Well, I think that, continues to move goalposts. I think for the normal people out there that understand that what happened was wrong and that it shouldn't be celebrated, we're like, no more. That's it. I think that's the only message. No more. Get the fuck out. Fuck around or find out. That's it. You went too far. It was tolerated long enough. That's it. It's simple as that. Anyway. So shit's been going on UK. And this was planned, but Charlie Kirk's impact and his death definitely fueled the fire. So this is Tommy Robinson. You either fight back or you die. You either fight back or you die, and that's the truth. Elon Musk addresses Tommy Robinson and the millions of British patriots in London at Unite the Kingdom rally. No worries, Cornholy. I don't take it personally. So Elon Musk via, I believe, Zoom. I think it's a really big deal, and it completely makes sense that Elon Musk is speaking at this, because he's called it the woke mind virus. Like, I remember when he said that, and I actually thought it was a stupid name. But now I'm like, oh my God, it's exactly what it is. No ifs, ands, or buts. Like, how else would you describe it? It is a mind virus, and it is a woke one, and it will not stop. Like, literally, like, wokeness and leftist ideology is like playing that game Pandemic. I forget if that's exactly what it's called, or Epidemic or something like that. But yeah, it's like playing that game on your phone and trying to stop it. It's almost impossible. But I think right now we have the momentum and we have the drive and the fortitude to actually fucking get this done. And Tommy Robinson, like, shout out to them. They've accomplished so much, like just getting this rally together. I can't fucking wait what they do, and I hope that they get Keir Starmer out of fucking office and the rest of their parliament who is fucking up their institutions and their country. Morning, Miss Empress. What would Orwell think? Okay, that's pretty genius. Not gonna lie, that's pretty genius. And of course, he's branding. That's just like Elon. I'm doing good, Gamer Empress. I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Mr. Nobody in chat. I just got.
Hold on, real quick shout out to Yasto, who has been a member for 3 months, all on his own. And of course, I'm completely triggered.
Ah, shit! I just got triggered.
So shout out to you, man. Thank you for being a member. Thank you for supporting the channel. And hopefully you're fighting as hard as I am against these fucking monsters that are ruining the Western society. It's kind of like I was saying before. Like, this happened to me. It was slowly but surely. It's because I was in theater, and majority of the people in there, were liberals. But back then it was cool. But I did not know that it was going to lead here. It was a slowly but surely thing. It's been almost 20 years. And the last 5 of it is when I finally realized how dog shit and how slow moving this was to get us to this point. I know, Yasto. It's like I said it. I agree with me too. Sorry about that, man. I think I sounded like a dick when I said that. Sorry, Yasto. Oh, whoops.
That is
talking.
Whoops. Sorry.
As
I'll rewind. I'll
Just
rewind. Sorry, I accidentally forgot to switch back.
Gang rape. It's unreal. The government has failed in its duty to protect its citizens, which is a fundamental duty of government.
Oh, by the way, if you guys don't know what this bar is to my left, I know you guys don't see it in the shorts live view, but to my left is a little bar that goes up. So his YouTube membership chat counted as a donation. So it goes up every time there's a donation. I don't know. I just think it's fun.
This has got to stop. There needs to be massive government reform in Britain. And the people need to be in charge, not some bureaucracy that doesn't care.
Elon, I believe that's what we've started today. Power by the people, sending a message worldwide.
Can you see that? British and American flags. British and American flags. Everyone understands that this is a fucking spreading all across the Western world, and we're recognizing it. Now, keep this in mind. A few hundred years ago, we fought each other, and we got over it. If we can let go of the past, so can fucking this victim mentality who wants to go back hundreds, if not thousands of years of oppression that doesn't exist now. Does it exist in small portions? That's what I think. But no, it's pretty much gone. And when it does happen, it should be condemned. But it shouldn't be your fucking personality trait.
Elon, you spend an incredible lot of money on X. Why is free speech so important to you?
Well, I believe you can't get to the truth of things without freedom of speech, without active debate. There's so many on the left that want to just crush debate and put people in prison just for talking, as you were, just for speaking their mind. The essence of democracy.
By the way, just real quick shout out to the 43 people that are watching via YouTube Shorts. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. This is only my second time doing YouTube Shorts as well. I'm dual streaming.
Democracy it should be a government for the people, by the people. And in fact, this is a government against the people and not for the people. This is why everyone is gathered here today.
Yeah, what this is shut up. We know what we're doing. We know what's best for you. It's kind of like what President Reagan said. Like, what was it? The most scariest words are in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Yeah. Look where that got us.
Hey.
We don't want your help anymore. Fix the issues so that we can do our own thing.
Something's got to be done. This is unacceptable. The government needs to be responsible to the people of Britain. It needs to protect Britain. It needs to protect the weak, those who cannot protect themselves, especially the children. And when I read about some of the horrific stories and how the government did nothing and tried to hide it, they try to hide these horrific crimes.
Can you imagine? Oh, no, wait. If you're in the United States, you can imagine. If you're in the UK, you can imagine. If you are in the Western world, you can imagine. Depending on the country, but especially in the United States and the UK, and I'll include Canada in this. Can you imagine a government so afraid of being called a name, being called a racist, a transphobe, a homophobe, any of these, where they would actively ignore it? Like, this is specifically, like, especially in the UK, I'd say a little bit more so than the United States. But let's kind of be honest here. They are so afraid of being called racist that they won't do the right thing, that they won't tell the truth, that they will arrest the victim of a crime and not the perpetrator. That's insane. It's ass backwards. Get these people out. These people are just afraid of being called a name, and they do not understand. There is a, I don't know the entire history of Hypnotic, and if you don't know who Hypnotic is, check him out. But there's a reason that he calls his fan base the Bigot Army. And he's a Latino guy because he's making fun of it. Because if you're going to be using that word for no reason, then we're just going to use it against you because we don't care anymore. What we say is a little bit off color, that doesn't mean it's not right. These people do not want reality. They don't want to be called a name, and they're willing to sacrifice their entire country just for that reason. Brass tacks.
And then you see how much violence there's on the left, with our friend Charlie Cook getting murdered in cold blood this week, and people on the left celebrating it openly. The left is the party of murder and celebrating murder. I mean, Let that sink in for a minute. That's who we're dealing with here. That is who we're dealing with.
Elon, to so many of the British public who are scared to exercise their free speech, they're worried about being imprisoned, they're worried about being attacked, even to share their speech on your platform of X. What message would you give to them?
And the message is really, my message is to the reasonable center.
It's like I've been saying, it's not left, it's not right, it's what's reasonable. The reasonable center. Let's do what works and work together. You would think it would be that easy. You would think.
The common sense. So my appeal is to British common sense, which is to look carefully around you and say, if this continues, what world will you be living in? This is a message to the reasonable center, the people who ordinarily wouldn't get involved in politics, who just want to live their lives. They don't want, they're quiet. They just go about their business. My message is to them: if this continues
in the investing fields,
that violence is going to come to you.
Incredible.
You will have no choice. You're in a fundamental situation here where whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die. You either fight back or you die. And that's the truth.
Today, Elon, I think the British public are telling the world that they're ready to fight back.
Good. Yes.
Come on, Great Britain. Oh! Come on.
That's fucking awesome. Man, the amount of people there, I think, is unbelievable. How he pulled that off. Remember, Tommy Robinson was in prison for saying what was going on in his community. I mean, yeah, a little bit of a fighter, a little bit of a hothead. But at the end of the day, that's what he was in prison for. And now he has gotten out and he is here and he is speaking for the American people. If the British people had a UK Charlie Kirk, it'd be Tommy Robinson.
We've inspired the nation. Elon, you've spoken a lot about woke culture, the woke mind virus, and how it damages innovation and freedom of thought. We know that DEI often sees people getting jobs when they definitely don't deserve them. Do you think this culture is holding back progress in the West? And what do you think needs to happen to reverse it?
Yeah, I'm appealing to sort of common sense and fairness. I want to emphasize just common sense and fairness, which is that we should make our decisions based on merit, on how, if somebody is talented and hardworking, then that should be the only means of advancement. There should not be discrimination.
Again, merit. Merit. Stop trying to fill quotas. Stop doing that. I remember my mom, God, believe it or not, let's see, what was this? 10 years ago. My mom's like, no, this has been a problem forever. I want to hire someone who is clearly more qualified, but the government won't let me because I have to hire someone of a different ethnicity or group. Has to. Not a choice. This is something and she works in the medical industry. Like, this needs to go. And the thing is, what she told me was, it wasn't that, the person that they eventually hired, wasn't more incapable. She wanted to hire the more experienced person. She wanted to hire a person and give them more money because they were more experienced. And not only that, they had 2 degrees. They literally had to get someone with no college degree, less experience, because the government wouldn't let them. Isn't that insane? And look, everywhere. If you're like, it doesn't matter what industry you are, but especially in the medical, like, Jesus Christ. I mean, you got to start somewhere and you got to pay your dues and you got to learn everything. That's like in every industry. But apparently this position was significant enough that they're like, okay, let's hope nothing bad goes wrong. And they ended up firing her because she couldn't put a fucking needle in someone's arm. Like, geez, what are we doing? So then, so essentially my mom's business, medical business that she was working for, they were back right where they started after 3 months. Wasted money because the government told them that they needed to fill a quota. Back to where they started.
On the basis of sex or religion or any race or anything else. And what a lot of the woke stuff is, it's actually super racist, it's super sexist, and it's often it's anti-religion, but only anti-Christian. Like, well,
yeah, that is kind of weird. And if you guys didn't see, I think it might be on my list tonight, but I saw this lesbian woman who said that she was going to convert to Islam. And I'm like, do these people not pay attention? Like, at all? Like, have you ever turned on regular news? Like, you know what happened, like, a little over 20 years ago, right? Like, you've seen what goes on over there. You understand how orthodox that is to its own detriment. These people, I want to say moronic, but I don't think that's a strong enough word. They're so purposely ignorant that it's retarded. Like, you should know better. And this is kind of going back to what we said before. The left is nothing but trend seekers. What's the newest trend? Who's the newest victim? Let's jump on that dick and ride it all the way into the end of civilization as we know it. That's what it is. And by the way, thank you everybody over on YouTube Shorts and over there on all of YouTube. And thank you for the 2 people that are on Kick and the 2 people over on Rumble. I appreciate all of you. I would really appreciate it if you gave me a like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. By the way, I don't care if you give me any donations. This stream is not monetized whatsoever. So I appreciate you just being here. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
Why only anti-Christian? That's unfair. So this is why, again, my message is to the reasonable middle. Do you not want a world where there is fairness and common sense, and you advance as a function of how hard you work, and your talent, and your integrity? That should be all that matters. And the woke mind virus, that I call it, is against all of that. It's wrong.
Thank you. Elon, we hear so much about censorship being pushed by governments and global corporations and organisations. A lot of people don't understand why we're allowing mass, uncontrolled immigration into all Western nations.
It's really weird. I don't know what happened to the Western world. Oh, I think we do know, because everyone's so afraid to be called racist. Let's invite anybody in. This is why it needs to be shut down. This is why people need to be deported. This is why people need to go back to their own country. If you wanted to live in your culture so badly, you could have stayed there. And you want to know, at the end of the day, they saw the UK, they saw the United States, they saw all these other Western countries, saw shiny stuff, and thought that you got there because it was privilege. And yes, I am privileged to be an American. Tommy Robinson's privileged to be a UK citizen. We're all pretty fucking privileged in the Western nations, but it didn't happen out of nowhere. You don't just get to come in and destroy the culture that created the shiny thing that you like. Look, we brought in a lot of cultures here. You want to know the biggest thing that brings people together is food. I can't tell you how many Mexican Americans that I've met that came here legally, love this country to death, share their food, and now Mexican culture is a part of American culture. I fucking love it. But I've never heard, a legal Mexican American come here and immigrated, did the right thing, went through the right channels, and go, you know what? I really wish that they brought over the gangs. That's like, because they know that would be insane. That's the thing that they were escaping, and they decided to do the right thing, go through the right channels. Can you imagine being a Mexican American? You get your fucking citizenship after going through all the right channels, and you're fucking like stoked, and then all of a sudden Biden comes in, and then you're like, ah, shit, my brother-in-law Julio from that gang, great, now they're in Texas. Like, that's fucked up. It's not fair for anybody. Because just because you immigrated here and you went through, because you immigrated here, you came through the right channels, you became an American citizen, to only have an ideology take away the things that you were hoping, that we were promising those immigrants. No, we're going to bring the things that you're escaping here. That's not fair. It's not fair to them. I am pro-immigration. I am pro-legal immigration, and it sucks for the legal. A lot of people talk about, oh, it's only, what was it? What are the right words here? It's a slap in the face to the process. Yes, it is. It's a slap to the face of the process. It's a slap in the face that people through the right channels, but it's also unfair to them because they came here for safety, and then we're like, okay, not only can anyone just walk here, we're going to make the immigrants that came here legally and are now citizens, we're going to make them unsafe again. What are we fucking doing, guys?
Do you believe that there are powerful forces outside of elected officials, someone controlling governments, that are trying to control the flow of information, and how do we resist that pressure?
Yeah, I think when you look at the behavior of organizations or people, you have to say, what is the incentive for these organizations? And frankly, there's a massive incentive on the left to import voters. So if they can't convince their nation to vote for them, they're going to import people from other nations to vote for them.
So one thing, if you're not from the United States, one of the things that's being combated in California, because when the census comes every 10 years, they count people. They don't count citizens. And that's one of the things that California and the Democratic Party there is really worried about. Because if you deport all the people that are not supposed to be there, the illegal immigrants, then they don't count towards their numbers, and they'll lose seats. Because it's kind of impossible if you're going door to door to go ask the question, are you a legal citizen? People can lie. And the pollsters that are, the census people that are going around, knocking on doors, asking the questions, they're not the police. They're not going to be checking shit. That's why ICE is good. It's getting rid of the people that shouldn't be here. That it's inflation. It's citizen inflation. That's what's happening in the United States and the UK. It's pretending people are citizens. They're just a head count for power. That's it. It's a head count for power. Oh, there's more people in my state, but it's inflated numbers. That's it. That is how they're maintaining power. That is why they're keeping this open border policy. That's why they're giving all the money to illegal immigrants who committed a crime. Oh, God, I don't even want to get into the Democrat judges, man. Like, that's a whole nother can of worms.
This is a massive factor.
Oh, by the way, real quick, please like and subscribe. On my way to 2,700 subs. Thank you so much. You guys are fucking awesome.
Frankly, it's a strategy that will succeed if it is not stopped. it is, thus far, it is succeeding. And you see strong movements to allow people who are not from Britain to vote in Britain, to allow people who are not from France or elsewhere to vote in those countries, and thus depriving the citizens of their democratic power. It's really a voter importation thing.
Exactly. So not only are they trying to fuck up our census, but they're also not allowing ID to vote. Anyone could vote. What, you've been here for 5 minutes? You can vote. We don't have a problem with that because you're maintaining power. We're giving you all the free stuff so that we maintain power. That's all this is. Illegal immigrants to the Democrats are just a head count. I'm going to go back to that. And I just actually made that up. So I really enjoy that. I'm going to use that. That's all it is. And they convinced everyone. They had convinced me. So don't feel too bad. They convinced a lot of people that no, empathize. They're coming from war-torn countries. Okay. Did they come the right way? No. Then shut the fuck up. And a lot of these people that do even come in the right way, not citizens yet, refugees, are also being allowed to vote. That's even more crazy. Well, I'd say if I had to pick and choose, I'd rather the refugee that came here legally than the one who just crossed the border willy-nilly, but it's still not okay. It's still not okay. The rule of law exists for a reason. You cannot have a free society without some rules.
And if they're allowed to succeed, if this is allowed to continue, they will succeed in importing voters, swaying the elections, and taking your vote away from you. That is 100% what is happening.
Do you know what's great? The BBC and the mass media cannot control this, can they? I love it.
I mean, the BBC is complicit in the destruction.
Fuck the big black cucks. Fuck them. This is where we're at, guys. We're like, get rid of it. Don't care. It's useless. You know what? I bet you there's a big portion, other than the huge amount of propaganda that the BBC does for the government. How many people are just pissed off that Doctor Who became a laughing stock and we're like, you know what? Fuck this. We're rising up. And honestly, I count it. It's a good cause. Bring Doctor Who. Let's make Doctor Who great again.
Britain.
And we pay for it, England. We pay for it.
Yes.
We're forced to pay for it. Do you know they send us to jail if we don't pay for it?
You're forced to pay for your own destruction. It's insane. It's unfair. It is wrong.
Elon, a lot of ordinary people that are here today, they feel ignored, they feel censored, or they're labelled just for speaking up about their legitimate fears and concerns in their communities.
See, that's a lot of people like, okay, fine, call me racist. We don't give a fuck. They're not racist. They're decent, good people that make mistakes and have opinions and are right and wrong all around. Doesn't matter where you come from, what color your skin is. It doesn't fucking matter. Doing the right thing is what matters. Standing up for your freedoms is right matter. Standing up for your privacy in your house, on the internet. People should not be arrested for what they say on the internet. I understand, just like we're talking about, there are consequences to what you say. I do understand that. But you should not and absolutely should not be arrested. If there was a day where I say, this is a V for Vendetta moment, this is it. This week, this last 6 days, this is V for Vendetta. And it's not just to Britain, it's for the United States too. Because we're done. The government fucked around and found out. The far left fucked around and found out. And they're going to keep finding out that they will not win. And reason will come back.
Do you believe technology, like X or even AI, can finally give power back to those people? Or do you think it will make censorship worse or even automate it?
I mean, that's a complicated
Actually,
question.
Let's hear that question again.
Insane. It's unfair. It is wrong.
Elon, a lot of ordinary people that are here today, they feel ignored, they feel censored, or they're labelled just for speaking up about their legitimate fears and concerns in their communities. Do you believe technology, like X or even AI, can finally give power back to those people?
AI. I think that's a very interesting question, because it's one thing if he would have said X, because X has already given power to the people. It gave back the voices on the internet that for some reason, the same people that made Blue Sky, Mr. Dorsey, who initially made Twitter, now X, Elon bought it so that he can give it back. That all opinions can be listened to. Within what? Reason. Within reason.
Or do you think it will make censorship worse or even automated?
So I'm not sure about the AI part. I'm actually very interested to what Elon Musk says, especially on the AI, because I'm not sure what the direction is.
I mean, that's a complicated question. It really depends on what government is in charge. The government can obviously use whatever powers are available to suppress the people. And so I really think there's got to be a change of government in Britain. And you can't, we don't have another 4 years or whatever the next election is. It's too long. Something's got to be done. There's got to be a dissolution of Parliament and a new vote held. And really what matters is rallying the people of Britain, really getting the people of Britain to get the message out there, talk to your friends and family, and build a massive power base among the people. And like I said, you really got to appeal to the sort of average.
Hey guys, just hate to interrupt, but I am 11 subscribers away from 2,700, and I'd really like to get there tonight. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I fucking appreciate you guys. You guys are fucking awesome.
The normal people that just want to go about their business, that they're sort of in a village somewhere, they're working, they just want to mind their own business. But you've got to point out to them that if we don't take action, they won't be able to mind their own business because other people are going to come and maraud them. There's genuine risk.
We need 10 more subscribers, guys. Thank you so much.
Destruction of the country.
I'm fucking amped.
And dissolution of the entire way of life. And
so he's not really answering the AI question because, like, I agree with him because, and it's not because I'm a fan of Elon. He's not a perfect dude, okay? Because I don't know if AI, because if you're gonna give any power to AI definitely is in the question. But at least in regards to the UK, do not give their current government AI. They will fuck around with it. They will mess things up even more, just kind of like how YouTube's doing right now, fucking around with our views, all right? So, no, you can only trust AI as much as the people that are in charge of it. And if you don't have people in power that you trust, then you're giving them a lot of fucking keys to your life. AI is changing the world, whether we like it or not. And if we're going to put people in power, let's put people in power that actually have your best interest. And I'm not saying that, that they're going to be the best people in the world, that they're not selfish or anything like that. But at least have the decency to, one, tell you the truth, not lie to you, and not tell you that what you're seeing in front of your eyes isn't happening. We're tired of the gaslighting, and you can't have people that gaslight you over and over and over again and charged with the keys of AI or with the government or with our tax dollars. No, we're fucking done.
Yes, in the normal course of business, if things were if you weren't under a massive attack, then people should go about their business and just live their lives. But unfortunately, if the fight comes to you, you don't have a choice. You have to fight. So you have to rally all of the people of Britain to fight for the future.
Let me ask
and if this doesn't happen, there won't be a future.
Are you ready to fight for your future?
Sorry, Gamer Empress is telling me that I need to actually read my chat. Sorry, I'm getting pumped. Guys. Let's see. So we're gonna pause for a second. We're gonna go. Cornholio estimated 1.8 million attended the media, and the media said 100K. Yeah, I did see that post. And that is fucking ridiculous. The BBC is basically underplaying what this impact here. That was millions of people. There's no way, especially from a bird's eye view, that wasn't just 100,000 people. That was 1 million people protesting for their right to speak, for the right to have privacy, for the right to have safe roads, the right for a park to actually be fucking clean, the right for their children not to be harassed, if not worse, because we know that's going on in the UK. We're done. We're fucking done. Let's see. Let's go ahead. Let's see. I'm not reading chat. They have to watch the movie Not Without My Daughter or read the book of the same name. All Islam men are like that. Okay, so apparently there's a book that's called Not Without My Daughter that people should read. Go ahead and read it. Let's see here. Cornholio, looks like the celebrities who all have trans kids, it's like a new handbag or a fashion accessory. Yes, that's absolutely true. That's what Megan Fox is doing. That's what what's her face from South Africa is doing. She was the main actress, Charlize Theron. Yeah, she can go fuck off. Let's see. Almost the same thing happened to me in Bulgarian women that lived near me. Wow, that's insane. This is happening in Bulgaria too. If you guys don't know who Gamer Empress is, she's a fantastic creator. You should go check her out. If there's any mods in the chat, and Gamer Empress, go ahead and do that. Just share your shit in the chat. All right. And let's see here. Most of the Democrat judges are not even Americans. It's weird. What? Oh, God. I did not want to learn that right now. Fuck all. That doesn't surprise me. Nothing surprises me anymore. What are we doing? Catzilla says it's crazy that this whole world is at war with this. Yes, we're at war with stupid psychopaths. Okay. Yeah, we're done. Okay. We're done. Like, I'm a semi-pro retard. We need semi-pro retard and retards against these psychopaths. We should win every time. We got more strength. The Hungry Slug, my bank is asking me to provide them with employment and income details and contact details before 27th of October, or they may restrict my account. Freaking banks, man. That is insane. Cornholio, mainly peaceful riots when in background building was on fire and the idiot reporter didn't know. Yeah, right?
Future Britain!
Fight for your future! Do it! Go!
Will we be gagged any longer, Britain?
Go! But you know what I mean, Tommy. You know what I mean. I talk to my friends in Britain, and they're like, yes, they live in a village here or there, or a town or city here or there, and they're like, well,
and by the way,
shorts.
It
wouldn't be that much of a problem.
Vertical. The people are watching vertically.
What's going to happen to your town or village? Just visit London.
Come into the chat,
and you'll
guys.
See that
I don't bite.
It's filled with crime. It often doesn't feel like
Gray Lobster, the first one.
And it's only a matter of time before.
That's right. Thank God for Elon. Not a perfect guy. Has definitely done some weird shit and dumb shit, but I think he's a smart guy. And even though he doesn't say the right thing, I think he has the right intentions. And even though he's from South Africa, I think he's a true patriot of the United States. So hell yeah, let's go, Elon.
That is what happens to your town or village. It starts in London, but it will spread to every town or village in the country, and no one will have any peace.
We're running out of time, people. We're running out of time. Elon, you built rockets, you built cars, you built satellites, you built AI. Things most of us couldn't dream of. It's fair to say you're a visionary. When you look at leaders in Europe and the UK today, do you think they share the same talent for future vision, or do you feel like they'll be left behind and out of touch?
Well, I think we've got to have a freer country, a freer, Europe in general has to be freer. It's stifled by bureaucracy. I think it's good that Britain left the EU because there's just too much bureaucracy in the EU.
Yeah, remember when Brexit was called racist and all that? All the people that are all about Brexit? Like, I even thought that back in the day. Oh my God. Thank God that they left the European Union. Now, the European Union does a lot of great things, especially for consumers recently, especially in the digital space. Like, they've gone up against Apple, but holy crap, when it comes to this bullshit of immigration, they are behind. Poland is the only sane one, it seems, that's actually, defending their right to be an individual country while maintaining their European club status. Sorry, I know there's a better word. I couldn't think of one because I'm a dumbass.
But frankly, instead of really going down a path of personal freedom and deregulation and getting rid of these stifling regulations, unfortunately, the British government has pretty much stayed on par with the EU, if not in some ways made the stifling regulation worse. So, if you have excess government regulation and oppression, you stifle the freedom of people to try new and great ideas. And Britain used to be a country that did amazing things, some of the boldest things on the entire planet. And that is possible in the future. But it can't be done if you've got this massive oppressive bureaucracy and a government that doesn't care about its people. And that has to change. There has to be profound change. And there's not much time left.
Elon, you've said before that civilization is fragile. We agree.
Yes.
It's precious. When you look at the West right now, every country in the West, with its wars, its divisions, its censorship, and its declining trust in institutions, none of us trust them at all. None of the public trust them.
For good reason.
Are you optimistic or pessimistic about where we are heading?
I think if the people of Britain take charge and actually ensure that there's a government that represents their interests and not a government that represents foreign interests, then I think Britain has a great future. And I think we can be optimistic. I think there's amazing things that are possible. If the technology that's coming is used in the right way, we can have an incredibly exciting future, one which is, sort of Star Trek made real. It's sort of like the exciting utopian sci-fi where we have spaceships and we've got robots and we've got incredible technologies that are really exciting. But we need to preserve civilization long enough for that to happen, and we need to go onward and upward. And we need to fight for such a future. Such a future is not inevitable. We have to fight for such a future.
I think that...
Yeah, like I know that I've been fighting for a little while, but it's really nice to have like almost the entire world wake up and know that, like, yeah, we're done. We're not alone. It's okay. You can speak up. You can say something. Because when something is not okay in our society, when children are being mutilated, they're getting groomed, and the ones getting groomed are getting arrested and not the actual perpetrators, we don't live in society anymore. We live in anarchy that's ran by people who were picked last in PE.
I think that many British people had lost hope, but after today's scene, have you got hope again, Britain? Britain is awake. Thanks to you, Elon. Thanks to your input. Can we just ask...
Well, thanks to you, Tommy.
Thank you, brother. Can we ask, what do you see as the future of the UK, Europe, in your vision? Where are we heading? What's the future like for us?
Well, I think there needs to be a future where where people take charge, where there's deregulation, a massive reduction in bureaucracy, and generally a new hope. Where people look forward, wake up in the morning, look forward to the future. They're excited about what's going to happen next.
A new hope. Let's go. Let's make Star Wars great again too. By the way.
But we must have revolutionary government change for that to occur. And this is not ordinary course of business sort of stuff. This really requires everyone to sort of marshal the people, so to take charge, reform the government, and make sure that you actually have a government that is for the people, by the people. And that's essential. And that's not. So we're really at a fork in the road here. We're at a fork in the road to darkness or greatness. And that will be decided only in a matter of years. And we must take the path to greatness. And that's the path that's exciting and inspiring, and will make life worth living.
Elon, you've done more than anyone to shine a torch on the crimes committed against a generation of our daughters. On behalf of everyone, and on behalf of all of us in Great Britain, you know what, we wouldn't even be in the fight. Not only are we in the fight right now, but we're on the advance. Thanks to free speech being fought for us by Elon Musk. We're very grateful, sir.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. Hopefully that ramped the UK up. I know that it's ramping, people up here in the US to fight for truth, to fight for what's reasonable. Reasonable. You would think people would see reason, but clearly these people can't. They're chanting online and in the streets, trying to pick fights because because a citizen that didn't do anything wrong, that followed all the rules, of the law to the T, and just had his opinion, just like over in the UK, just like everyone that's going here. Like, Jesus Christ, no wonder he's basically representing anybody who had any sense of reason. No matter how much you could disagree with the other person, there was some reason behind Charlie Kirk's movement, and that should not have led to his death, and that should not, and this dark day will make into light. That's what's going to happen, man. Okay, I'm going to go into the chat real quick. Cornholio says, Charlie is Legion. Look at all the peaceful protests all around the world, acknowledging Charlie, the UK, Spain, Poland, and many, many more. Yep, especially in Korea, all across. God, there was a vigil here in Oregon, in Eugene, Oregon, which is mini Portland, and it was peaceful. No one did anything. Like, people are starting to wake up. People are fucking starting to wake up, and it's awesome. Cornholio again, woman made mean tweet in UK and got nearly 3 years. Lucy Connolly. Yeah, Lucy Connolly. I forget exactly what happened. But yeah, she made one mean tweet. Almost 3 years in fucking jail. In the UK. That's ridiculous. That's fucking stupid. Hungry Slug. Elon provides me my internet. Say what you will about the guy, but he managed to provide something my own country failed to. A reliable internet connection. Welcome to Australia. Dude, I know we're talking about the UK and the US, but Jesus Christ, what's going on in Australia is also fucking stupid. They're coming in just like the UK. United States is just around the corner. Hopefully we'll hold them back. But Australia is trying to censor the internet as well. And we cannot let this happen. I hope that what's happening in the UK, I hope that's happening in the US, is going to trickle down over to Australia. And they'll actually fucking fight back and not be afraid anymore to speak up. Okay? Their words mean nothing. The names they call you mean nothing. Just like I said, you either fight back or you die. You either fight back or you die. And that's the truth. May I have some oats from YouTube Short Vertical? Just curious on the governments around the world response will be. I do not think for a second they'll step down or go willingly. I hope I'm wrong, but people in the power usually don't step down. Well, yeah. They won't step down. They will be dragged out kicking and screaming. It's kind of like what I said before. Ideologies are like people. If an ideology is drowning, it's going to do whatever it can to rise up above the tide for its last breath, for any breath whatsoever. They will fight harder and harder and harder against reason, and we cannot let them. This ideology needs to die or stay underwater. That's what needs to happen. This is fucking ridiculous. Also follows up with, I should say people in power don't usually give up power. Yeah, that's probably more apropos there. Okay, so thank you so much for, man, we got so many people here over on YouTube Shorts. It's insane, and holy crap, like you guys are, you're insane in the membrane, insane in the good way, not like these psychopaths on the left. 8 more subscribers, and I'm at 2,700 subscribers. Man, you guys are fucking awesome. Please continue fighting for free speech. So don't go. I am ending the stream. I didn't think we would go this long. I still have a whole thing of tabs that I wanted to go over, but I need to work in the morning. But don't go yet, because I have a little surprise for you. For all of you that participated in the chat, for all of you that were watching, I have credits for you. Your name will be in the credits. So, and after the credits is done, I'm going to send you over to Smash JT. Because remember, at the end of the day, you are somebody, I am nobody, and you have a fantastic evening. Keep fighting for what you believe in, and don't let them put you down, because we're on a fucking, I don't even know what the word is. I'm so excited. We have fucking momentum right now. We will take reason back into Western society. Man, you guys are awesome.